You know why we here. You know what we came to do. You see the name. You see the name. You know the game. We in for a long one today. Pause. So strap in. Strap in. Grab your snacks. Grab you a nice pillow. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Maybe a blankie. I don't know. Get you a nice cold bev. All right. So last we left off, we entered the class trial for the death of who knows, and I came to the conclusion that one of two possibilities happened. Kaito and Kokichi got into a fight. Himiko brought Kaito the crossbow from Maki's lab, and then Maki was there as well because we saw her electro hammer there. Um, so Kaito killed Kokichi, but as well was either poisoned or suffered from his illness, um, and died. So the case is there's two possibilities I'm running with. Either Kaito killed Kokichi and then died himself, or Kaito killed Kokichi and then Maki ended his suffering by killing him. So Maki could be the Blackened or Kaito could be the Blackened. Those are the only two options. Maki's only the Blackened in the scenario that she saw him suffering. She tried to get all those antidotes from my lab, and none of them worked. So she just put him out of his misery. Which now that I think about it, going back and watching like the last part, where I mentioned that she told us the story about her killing her friend before. That's only during free time if you actually go talk to her. Like it's not explicitly in the dialogue that of the plot. So that's information that's like what do you call it? Like it's just extra information. So if you never go to talk to Maki, say you go to Himiko and Sumigi or Kibo, you would never hear that story. So I don't know if that's going to reflect on what happens, but we do know that she will kill even her friends if she needs to. Um, so yeah, but I think it's more likely that Kaito killed Kokichi and then he died. So there's nobody being punished um, for the class trial. Um, Extraordinary focus is what? Lost in thought. Charisma. I do have 8 points. Can combine downshift and upshift. Librarian is there. Hmm. Add mind's eye and whatchamacallit? Oh, I like this. Even though that game is easy. Oh, I need that. Yeah. Yeah, add that. Um, Wait, no, I didn't. that 2D love back. And then what was the other one I was looking at? I don't need that because I'm already a pro at that game. I guess this one. Alright. So that's it. So let's jump in. Voyage without passion or purpose. Start the class trial. I'm nervous. Cause I feel like we got this narrative like figured out, but it's gonna be a whole lot of games.
Now then, let's begin with a basic explanation of the class.
Come on, we ain't on our 5th chapter.
Your vote correctly, and
come on, wrap it up.
Besides the
wrap it up.
And that person will graduate.
Cause neither Kaito or Kokichi are here, so we know that they're definitely both dead.
We don't need your rules anymore. We'll find our own reasons to live.
Right.
And we'll do whatever it takes to survive.
Correctamundo.
Wow! An actual talking robot! I've never seen one of those before.
You're a talking robot.
Seriously?
Kibo, please.
What happened to Kokichi? Why isn't he here?
He's dead.
Aw, don't make that face, killer. This case has some unique circumstances.
Unique circumstances?
Because for this murder, the victim's identity is completely unknown. Given these circumstances, I decided to start off this class trial while the victim is still anonymous. After all, it'd be a shame if I let such a rare opportunity go to waste.
Is that possible? I thought everyone had to participate in the class trial.
Don't worry. The person who's still alive is waiting behind the scenes for their cue. It's all part of
Are
the
they still
overall
alive?
production. Anyway, let's get this trial moving.
Are they still alive?
I guess we have no choice but to start the trial under these conditions.
I think they're both dead.
What's there to even talk about? Blacken is the mastermind. Kichi.
Wrong.
Yeah, that's the only thing I can think of, too.
It's too soon to decide anything for certain. Don't even know if Kaito was the victim.
Right.
How long are you going to say that? The victim is Kaito. End of discussion.
How do you know?
But we need to be absolutely sure. If we don't positively identify the victim, the other person will never show themselves, right?
Before we can identify a suspect, we need to determine who the victim is.
Why are we even talking about something so obvious? What a pain.
Can we talk about where you were, Himiko? The other night? Everyone thinks that Kaito is the victim, but I have my doubts. There's a chance Kaito's still alive. If we keep discussing the case, I'm sure we'll see the truth. Now remember, I say Kaito's either the Blacken or Maki's the Blacken.
The victim has to be Kaito.
Kaito was taken prisoner by Kokichi. So he could have killed him whenever he wanted.
And the hydraulic press had his clothes inside.
Kokichi can't be the victim because there's no evidence for it. So the victim must be Kaito. And the culprit must be Kokichi!
We lost a really good guy today. Kazing! If only mages could cast revive spells.
There's no evidence to confirm either victim is the survivor.
The victim has to be Kaito.
Kaito was taken prisoner by Kokichi. So he could have killed him whenever he wanted.
And the hydraulic press had his clothes inside.
Kokichi can't be the victim because there's no evidence. So the victim must be
Ah,
Kaito.
come on.
The victim has to be Kaito.
Kaito was taken prisoner by Kokichi. So he could have killed him whenever he wanted.
And the hydraulic press had his clothes inside.
Kokichi can't be the victim because there's no evidence for it.
Oh, no, that's wrong.
I have evidence that points to Kokichi being the victim. I found this in the hangar.
Is that Kokichi's coat?
Yeah. If y'all was investigating, y'all would know.
And look here.
Blood stain.
Bloodstains on the sleeve. That
And
would
the back.
indicate that Kokichi suffered an external injury, correct?
Kokichi was injured.
Kokichi was injured.
The fact that these were flushed down the toilet implies that they are evidence of a crime.
Yep.
What about it? Kaito's clothes were in the hydraulic press.
So it doesn't mean
As
anything.
long as we have that evidence, there's no doubt that Kaito was the one murdered.
What if Kokichi's the one murdered?
Yeah.
Who said
That's right.
the hydraulic
One of
press
those
was the murder weapon?
irrefutable evidence thingy.
Shut up. Ever since she found the body in the hangar, Maki's insisted that it's Kaito. But why is that? I thought we had an understanding. I thought she wanted to believe Kaito's still alive. Because she saw Kaito die. Either way, it seems Maki is hung up on Kaito's clothes. In that case, I need to demonstrate the flaw in relying on that evidence. If I do, I think she'll realize there's a chance that Kaito's still alive.
Actually, there's something bothering me about the clothes found in the hydraulic press.
Yes? What about them?
There's something peculiar about the clothes. There's something peculiar. About the blood stain. Oh,
Damn it.
my bad. My bad. My bizzle.
That's it!
That was my second choice.
Why was only the sleeve sticking out of the hydraulic press?
Throw you off.
If Kaito had been crushed by the press, the sleeve shouldn't have been empty.
Well, he wears that jacket over his
There
clothes.
should have been an arm inside the sleeve as well.
He doesn't wear that jacket
So
over
the fact
over
that we
his
found an empty sleeve should.
he wears it like a cape. He wears it like a cape. So yeah, that's a bad that's a bad thing. A bad
You're dumber than I
stance.
thought if I have to go out of my way to explain it to you.
Yeah, like that's a bad tape.
If you can't even see that, then be quiet. Otherwise, you're just annoying me.
Come on, Maki. Maki roll. We both lost our loved ones. No need to be all antsy about it.
The coat sleeve sticking out of the hydraulic press. It's rather telling. It couldn't have been anyone else. But Kaito. If you can't see that, then you weren't looking hard enough.
I wasn't looking hard enough. What do you mean?
He always dressed himself in a rather odd manner. He never put his arms through his coat sleeves. So when the hydraulic press crushed him, all that stuck out was his coat sleeve. If you understand to be quiet already. Otherwise, you're getting in the way.
Alright.
He always dressed himself in a rather odd manner. He never put his arms through his coat sleeves. So when the hydraulic press crushed him, all that stuck out was his coat sleeve. If you understand, to be quiet already. Otherwise, you're getting in the way. He always dressed himself in a rather odd manner. He never put his arms through his coat sleeves.
No. What did you say?
Damn it!
Is it Kaito's coat? 'Cause
He always dressed himself in a rather odd manner. He never put his arms through his coat sleeves.
I guess so.
I'll cut through your words.
I guess so. I don't know what relevancy this has to anything.
Yes, it's true. Kaito never put his arm through his sleeve.
But there's a hole. There's a hole in the sleeve.
But that was just his right arm. He wore his left sleeve normally.
Oh, I never noticed that about his character.
And the left sleeve was the one we found outside the press.
Hmm.
Knowing how Kaito wore his coat, that's oddly strange.
I never noticed that ever.
Then maybe neither of his arms were through the sleeves.
What sense does that make?
It's a possibility. In the end, your reasoning is full of holes.
You're full of holes.
Stop getting in my way.
I'm trying to
I
feel
have to defeat Kokichi.
Kokichi's dead. Maki, what's really going on? Seems you made up your mind that Kaito is definitely dead. I feel like she's only doing this because Monokuma's still alive. And she thinks that Kokichi is Monokuma, but that's not the case. Well, why would you do
It's
that?
like Maki said, though. Kaito's gotta be the victim.
He doesn't gotta
Because
be.
if Kokichi, the mastermind, was dead, the killing
See,
of him
that's
would
why
be
she
over.
thinks that way, because she thinks that he's the mastermind.
Yeah, that's true.
He did admit to being the
Hurry up
mastermind,
and
but
bring
he's a liar.
Kokichi here. We already know who the victim is.
Huh? Already? You sure it's not too soon?
We need the suspect present, now that he's the subject of our discussion.
Gotcha. I guess I'll bring him out now. Hey, Mr. Suspect! That's your cue!
He's dead. Yep, they about to lift the hydraulic press. Oh, Exosol is carrying his dead body. The Exosol is carrying his dead body. Oh, the Exosol killed whoever. What?
Exosol?
What? Why isn't Exosol here?
Whoops, my bad.
Ex
Looks like I gave you guys a scare, huh?
Exosol Kaito. What is this?
Is that Kaito's voice?
Kaito?
There's a lot going on, so I just hid in an exosol and I dozed off.
Then jump
I'm so late. Anyway, what's going on, guys?
Then jump out of the Exosol.
Oh, hold on. Then the one that died wasn't Kaito.
Stupid! That was just a lie!
Mm-hmm. He's dead too.
You guys thought I died? I would never! No way!
Kokichi?
I'm gonna live till I die. I'm gonna laugh
Instead of cry. Yeah. That's freaky.
Wow, that's old. How old are you?
These are both
As much.
throwing
Your
us off.
appearance right now is fit for a lowly asshole like you.
What about his asshole?
You're making me blush. You're getting so angry over me.
We can trust neither of those.
Is that really you, Kokichi?
Step out of the exosol.
That's right, Cracker Jack.
That's racist. You can't say that.
Seriously, how are you?
Then why are you hiding in there? Show yourself.
Oh, this is more for self-defense. Little Miss Cranky Pants would kill me if I showed myself.
This is a likely story.
I understand how you guys must feel. You can't believe it because I'm like this, right? That's what I thought. In that case, I brought evidence.
See, the thing that's throwing this off is because it's explicitly called Exosol Kaito or Exosol Kokishi. If it was just Kaito and Kokishi, then you could probably have like a solid foundation. But as the person playing the game, like I obviously see through this.
Evidence?
Like obviously they have like a voice changer.
Ta-da! The video camera.
Oh, with
It was
faulty.
in the warehouse, but I brought it to the
Whatchamacallit?
hangar just in case.
Mm-hmm.
Man, that was a smart move. The moment the victim died.
My bad.
What did you say?
We already know somebody died.
Alrighty then. Let's watch this shocking moment. Hey, Monokuma. Can you connect the video camera to the monitor?
Roger that!
Monokuma grabbed the camera from the exosol, hooked it up to the Porsche room's monitor, and let's watch a movie and play the tape for us. That's Cat. That's Cat.
Huh? Kaito?
This is terrible. Why would something like this?
I saw it through my fingers. The moment Kaito was crushed. Then
By the way, I'd like to add that this footage has not been doctored in any way.
That's Cat.
This video camera only has the basic functions. Just the play, record, and pause buttons, so you can't edit after filming it. And of course, I didn't upload it to a computer to edit it either.
If this was the case, as the Blacken, why would he reveal that he killed Kaito?
Right, Monokuma? Oh, you can talk. Your answer is necessary for a fair discussion.
I see. If it's necessary for a fair discussion, then I will answer. No trace of that footage was found on any of the computers inside the academy.
See? If it wasn't connected to any computer, then editing the footage would be impossible. Which means this footage is 100% real.
Cat.
If that's the case, then it would seem our suspicions can be lifted.
Cat.
Cat. It's definitely Kaito.
And now we're still getting true bullets. Was that really him?
poor Kaito. Can't believe he died such a horrible death. Died with his guts and his brain splattered all over that machine.
Why you sound happy about it?
Now I'm starting to not feel well.
Not gonna lie, my stomach kind of queasy.
Probably because I
But not
used
because
my
of that.
magic to transfer all my barf over to you.
Oh my god.
I know that's a joke, but the thought of it.
Oh. Why? Why was Kaito killed? Kokichi had no reason to kill Kaito. He just told all of us that he was the mastermind. The killing game was over. So why would he gain by killing Kaito?
It looks like you finally believe that I'm the one in this exasol.
Nope.
Yes. With that, we can definitively say that the culprit is
No, that's wrong.
you.
Huh? Why?
You filmed the moment the victim died, which means you were present at the scene. As the person who filmed this footage, you're the only one who could be the culprit.
But if the culprit shot the video, why would they go out of their way to show it?
Oh man, you got me! Yeah, I'm the culprit.
What?
Jeez, I totally dug my own grave.
So many
Here's
misdirects.
the truth. I decided to participate in this trial in an exasol after I killed Kaito. Of course, it was mostly to make the victim unknown, to jazz up this trial. I took that footage for proof, so I could reveal it after you guys get the correct answer. But I totally spaced out. I wasn't supposed to show it right away.
So does that mean you admit to the crime?
Oh, man. I dug my own grave again? Well, I don't think you guys will believe any of the excuses I
Oh
make
my
now.
god.
So, I give up.
You're giving up? Does that mean it's been
No, let me play the game.
Is it okay that this
I already
trial
know
was
the
so
answer
short?
to this trial.
That's fine. We knew from the very start that Kokichi was the killer.
Wrong.
But before we vote, I want to say something to Kokichi. You may be the mastermind, but I won't let you escape after you violated the rules. That would desecrate the killing game Junko Enoshima created, right? Your beloved Junko Enoshima.
Hmm.
Junko?
Who was that?
Whatever. It's voting time now. Let's go before Kokichi changes his...
No, hold on a second. This isn't right.
Thank you, Shuichi.
The culprit comes in, confesses to the crime, and the trial ends?
Cap.
That's not how this goes.
The ultimate capper.
That doesn't sound like the kind of game Kokichi or Monokuma or Junko would play.
What if the mastermind got tired of it? The remnants of despair were like that.
No, if they were tired of it, they wouldn't have put all that effort into the video. There would have been no need for this class trial in the first place. Something's not right. We need to get a better feel for this situation. I think Kokichi has some sort of...
These are some good misdirects. I'm not gonna lie, but it's clear that they're misdirects.
Trap us. Are you saying Kokichi isn't the culprit?
No.
Then are you suggesting one of us is the culprit?
Possibly.
If it's not Kokichi, then the culprit must be one of us.
One of us.
You getting nervous, Himiko?
No, I didn't say that. I was just saying it's dangerous to trust Kokichi.
Shuichi is so distrusting. But it's exactly like Shuichi said. I'm actually not the culprit.
Seriously?
What?
What?
That contradicts what you said previously.
Liar.
Yuppers, that was a lie. Sorry, I lied again. The real culprit of this case is super bad at hiding themselves, so I thought I could help. I pretended to be the culprit by using the footage. It made the game more interesting, too.
Are you serious?
What's the truth and what's a lie? I don't know anymore.
It's fine, because Kokichi is the culprit.
Oh
He
my
killed
God.
Kaito. No matter how much he deceives us, it won't change our minds.
Maki.
The footage shows he did it. Kokichi has to be the only option.
The only option? Is that really true, or are we just gonna leave it at that? No, you know that. The poison? Crossbow.
There's no doubt that Kokichi is the culprit. We all saw that footage from earlier, right?
Kaito got crushed to death. What a horrible video.
Whoever committed that crime, was with Kaito in the hangar.
Which just leaves Kokichi then.
Then the culprit is...
Kokichi Oma, the mastermind of this entire killing game. And Kaito's killer. There's no doubt that Kokichi is the culprit. We all saw that footage from earlier, right?
Kaito got crushed to death.
What?
What a horrible video.
Whoever committed that crime was with Kaito in the hangar.
Which just leaves Kokichi then.
Then the culprit is...
Kokichi Oma, the mastermind of this entire killing game. And Kaito's killer. There's no doubt that Kokichi is the culprit.
Oh.
We all saw that footage from earlier, right?
Kaito got crushed to death. What a horrible video.
Whoever committed that crime was with Kaito in the hangar.
Which just leaves Kokichi then.
Then the culprit is...
Kokichi Oma, the mastermind of this killing game. There's no doubt that Kokichi is the culprit. We all saw that footage from earlier, right?
Kaito got crushed to death.
No, that's wrong. Little bitch.
The safety function would make it impossible to kill Kaito with the press.
Even though that's a misdirect as well, because it said a living thing wouldn't get crushed. It didn't say anything about dead things. And two, if you turned it on and cut the cord, who's to say that it won't continually like come down?
Yes, it was written on the safety precautions.
That's another misdirect.
The hydraulic press will automatically stop if its infrared sensor detects
A living
organism.
Living is the key word.
So the hydraulic press won't move at all if there's a living person under it?
Living.
Which is why it couldn't have been used to kill Kaito.
Which means it's more likely that Kaito was crushed after being killed by some other means.
Look at that blood stain. Golly, bro.
What we saw in that video, he was already dead by then?
But you could disable the infrared sensor of the safety function with an electro bomb.
No, I don't think Kokichi would use an electro bomb for that purpose. It would have taken down the hangar's alarm system and the Exosol's remote control.
It would have put Kokichi at a significant disadvantage.
But you can't be too sure I wouldn't do that. I'm the type who would do anything for fun.
Shut up, fakey.
Also, we don't have any evidence of a different murder method other than the hydraulic
No, that's wrong.
No, we do. I have a plausible theory for the murder.
Hit us.
What?
What? Yes, there's a clue that suggests that the victim was killed before being crushed. If I found it somewhere around the hydraulic press. Everyone's staring at me. Shut up.
This is it!
There we go.
There was a small blood stain in the hangar, suggesting a body was dragged.
Did none of y'all see that
Bloodstain
blood?
goes from the bathroom all the way to the press.
Oh, that was the restroom where Kaito was being held, wasn't it?
Sure, Dippity was.
Bloodstains were also found inside the bathroom. That can't be coincidence.
Evidently, my
Kaito
dear
was
Watson.
killed in the restroom, then dragged to the press and crushed?
If the bloodstain even was Kaito's.
What?
Huh?
We only guess that Kaito was killed in the bathroom. Since his body was crushed, we'll never know if Kaito died some other way.
We can see in the video that he got the mark on his arm. We're not going to be able to examine the body, but we do have evidence that suggests a cause of death. Yes.
There!
I was pressing the wrong button.
The small hole in the sleeve of Kaito's coat is the key to his cause of death.
Small hole. Why you say it like that?
There is no way that hole's got anything to do with the weapon.
Poison crossbow.
Hit you with my everything you buy will go on sale the next day curse.
What?
Himiko, what's wrong? Why are you freaking out all of a sudden?
I'm not freaking out. I'm just saying it's impossible for the weapon to be that small.
Bitch, what? No, it's not impossible. I can show you. He pulls out the Blake, the weapon that left a small hole in Kaito's sleeve. There. Oh my
I
god.
was wrong!
You know what I'm talking about. They're asking what made the small hole. Here, fucker.
This is it!
You gotta be logical and
I
fucking.
believe the weapon was the crossbow found in the bathroom.
How did a big old crossbow make a small hole? The 3 arrows. Fuck. Yeah. Yeah, and you brought the crossbow into the goddamn hall.
A crossbow arrow would certainly leave a hole that small.
And then Himiko used the crossbow and then missed and killed Kaito. And then shoved the thing through the window after like putting it together.
Can we then conclude that Kaito was shot with that crossbow? If so, that crossbow just might be the actual murder weapon used to kill Kaito.
I see. It's so surprising that a crossbow is the murder weapon.
And you're the one who brought it.
Seriously, Himiko, what's wrong?
She feels guilty
Probably
for bringing the
needs to be.
crossbow.
Anyway, about Kaito getting shot. If that was his cause of death, then I wonder who shot him with the crossbow. Well, I already know, but I won't tell you.
He's just playing with us.
Then let's show him that playtime is over.
Period, Pooh.
Let's show him that the students of Hope's Peak Academy will never submit to despair.
That's what I'm talking about, Robo Kodo.
Hope? Spare?
Non-stop debate.
I wonder who shot Kaito with the crossbow. What a mystery, right guys?
Who else but you could have done it?
The shot would need to be fired. From inside the hangar to hit Kaito.
He couldn't go in the hangar. The alarm system and electric barrier were in the way.
If we couldn't go in the hangar, and Kokichi had been in there, then he must be the one.
I see, so I'm the culprit. I wonder who shot Kaito with the crossbow. What a mystery, right guys?
Who else but you could have done it?
The shot would need to be fired. From inside the hangar to hit.
Here we go.
That's wrong!
That's wrong.
Even without going in the hangar, it was possible to land a shot with a crossbow.
Through the bathroom window.
There was a window in the bathroom of the hangar. Maybe it wasn't possible to get in, but you could have shot through the window. And remember that Kaito was confined to the bathroom.
So if they shot Kaito through the window, they could have killed him in the hangar.
Mm.
Which means the murder suspect list grows to 6 people, including me!
What did you say?
But put plainly, that means
It seems Shuichi wants to make one of us the culprit.
Now the game is trying to direct it to Himiko. But I feel like she just brought the crossbow.
Is that what a detective does?
I don't think she shot through the window.
Huh?
You trying to come for my
Detectives
credential?
always accuse people, even when they're friends.
Yes, it's my job.
Seems like it. You suspected Kaito in the previous class trial too.
Did I?
You're always suspicious of your friends.
Now I'm suspicious of you, bitch.
what's wrong, Maki? You seem like you're kind of on edge.
She didn't get no dick, that's why.
Of course I am. When we said we would defeat the remnants of despair, someone got in our way.
Oh, who was that? Me?
No, you don't understand. I'm not trying to...
Let your nuts hang.
Doesn't matter how much you get in my way. I will absolutely defeat Kokichi.
Then just kill him. Just kill him straight up. Stop trying to do it the right way.
Won't let despair escape. Won't let it win.
Just
Now,
kill
now,
him.
Let's stop this boring fight and continue on with the not-so-boring trial. So we all agree that the murder could be done by anyone and not just me, right?
That might be true, but I didn't know about the window.
That's a lie.
Really, Himiko? What's the matter? You've been weird since we mentioned small holes.
If Miyu was here, she would find a way to sneak a joke in here.
What? Are you after my small hole too?
Oh, fuck. How small is it?
See? Now that's definitely weird.
Look at it this way.
FBI.
The culprit could be anyone, not everyone.
Jesus
Suspect.
Christ, man. Relax, chill, bro.
We can pretty much narrow it down to anyone who knew about the crossbow.
Never knew about any crossbows.
That's a lie.
In other words, I'm not suspicious. There's no way you can consider
We know you didn't kill, what's his name?
It does concern me that Himiko went to the hangar last night.
And there it is.
Well, really? You went to the hangar, Himiko?
She wasn't the only one. Maki
Yes,
was also
I
there.
did. I definitely saw her.
Maki confessed and said she was there.
It's awfully suspicious that you went to the hangar last night. Okay, then the culprit is Himiko.
Wrong.
Wait! Don't say it's me! Maki's more suspicious than I am!
And then you throw her right in the bus.
What?
That crossbow came from your research lab, right?
But why were you carrying it?
You could have gotten that crossbow whenever you wanted!
Anyone could have gone to her research lab, though. She's not the
It's
only
not
suspect.
locked.
I don't know about that. He's definitely the most suspicious.
Himiko.
Even if you make that scary face at me, I'm not gonna get scared.
Because if you start panicking, then we'll know that you're the culprit.
I said I'm not the culprit, I swear!
I believe you. But you are an accessory.
The suspicious one! Maki too! They're both the culprits!
Why am I a suspect? Anyone could have entered my research lab.
Yeah, I'll admit that I'm suspicious. Okay, maybe I am the culprit.
You're not even in there.
Maybe I'm the culprit.
Oh, Matt's panic debate.
I went
Why
to the
am I
hangar,
going to
but
number one
Suspect, because I was in the hangar.
If
I
you
was
are
only
the
practicing
culprit,
my magic.
explain the crossbow.
There's a good
Anyone
magic
could
source
have gotten
around
it from
there.
her research lab.
So I went
Then
there
who
and
actually
found
Number
dropped?
one suspect.
Kokichi
And
did.
I left
I'm the
this
one who
in
shot
there.
Kaito.
She said she went there empty-handed.
I went
Why
to the
am I
hangar,
being
but
Number one
like a
suspect,
culprit?
because I was in the hangar.
If
I was
you
only
are the
replenishing
culprit,
my magic.
I was only replenishing my magic.
Not come
explain
from
the
me.
crossbow.
There's a good
Anyone
magic
could
source
have
around
gotten it
there.
from her research lab.
So I went there
Then
and
who
he
actually
Number
dropped?
one suspect.
Kokichi did.
I left
What?
Oh no!
No, nigga. Kibo's account said she had a black thing. She was carrying a black thing.
Because I was in the hangar.
If
I was
you
only
are the
replenishing
culprit,
my magic.
What do you mean?
then
not
explain
coming
the
from
crossbow.
There's a good
Anyone
magic
could
source
have
around
gotten it
there.
from her research lab.
So I went there
Then
and
who
he
actually
Number
dropped?
one suspect.
Kokichi.
I'm the one who shot Kaito.
Bruh.
Oh no!
Y'all fucking with me, huh?
I went
Why
to
am
the
I
hangar,
being
Number
but
one
like a
suspect.
culprit?
Because I was in the hangar.
I was
you
only
are the
replenishing my
culprit.
magic.
What do you mean?
Then
not
explain the
coming from
crossbow.
magic?
There's a good
Anyone
magic
could
source
have
around
gotten it from
there.
her research lab.
So I went there
Then
and
who
he
actually
Number
dropped?
one suspect.
Kokichi did.
I'm the one who shot Kaito.
Why am I
hangar,
being
Number
treated
one
like a
suspect.
culprit?
Because I was in the hangar.
I was
you
only
are the
replenishing my
culprit.
magic.
What do you mean? not
Explain
coming
the
from
crossbow.
magic?
There's a good
Anyone
magic
could
source
have
around
gotten it from her
there.
research lab.
So I went
Then
there
who
and he
actually
Number
dropped?
one suspect.
Kokichi did.
I'm the one who shot Kaito.
That's the lie. Oh my god.
Why am I being
Number
treated
one
like a
suspect.
culprit?
Because I was in the hangar.
If
I was
you
only
are the
replenishing my
culprit,
magic.
Has nothing to do with
then
poison.
explain the crossbow.
There's a good
Anyone
magic
could
source
have gotten
around
it from her
there.
research lab.
So I went
Then
there
who
and he
actually
The number
dropped?
one suspect.
Kokichi.
I'm the one who shot Kaito.
Bruh.
I went
Why
to
am
the
I
hangar,
being
but
treated
Number
like
one
a
suspect.
culprit?
Because I was in the hangar.
If
I was
you
only
are the
replenishing my
culprit,
magic.
So I see what I gotta.
then explain the crossbow.
There's two different empty-handed, so I gotta shoot his down,
Good magic source around
so I can shoot that one.
So I went there
Then
and
who
he
actually
Suspect.
Bruh.
I'm the one who shot
Bruh.
Kaito.
Oh my god, this one's hard.
Why am I being
Number
treated
one
like a
suspect.
culprit?
Because I was in the hangar.
You are the
replenishing
culprit.
my magic.
What do you
Did
mean?
not come
Explain
from
the
me.
crossbow.
There's a good magic
Anyone
source
could have
around
gotten it
there.
from her research lab.
So I went
Then
there
who
and he
actually
Number
dropped?
one suspect.
Hello? Bruh. That one was pretty difficult. I'm like, she said empty-handed, but it's two different empty-handeds, going and
You
coming
said
back.
that you went to the hangar empty-handed, but that's a lie, isn't it?
What are you talking about? Not a lie.
That was a lie.
But Kibo saw you. He said you were headed toward the hangar, carrying a large black bag.
Yes, Himiko was definitely carrying a large black bag.
No! That was probably Tsumugi cosplaying as me!
She has a cosplay curse.
You know I can't cosplay as someone unless they're a fictional character.
I mean, technically, you're all fictional characters.
This is the bag you were carrying, isn't it?
Oh, you just happen to have that with you, huh?
Crossbow case.
Don't act like you didn't know about it.
There's no mistake. That is the bag I saw Himiko carrying.
What? Hold on. Himiko went to the hangar with a crossbow?
Uh-oh. Nope, it's decided then.
Wait! That's wrong!
I don't think she's tall enough to shoot.
There. I didn't shoot it!
Yeah, I don't think she's tall enough to even reach the window.
It's the truth! Please believe me!
You're right. I believe you. Himiko is totally telling the truth.
Not you! If you believe me, it makes me look like I'm lying!
What about your small hole? Huh? That is true. But can we really trust Himiko here? She's acting very suspiciously. We already know she's acting suspicious. What we got?
I'm not the culprit!
Yeah, I totally agree.
I only carried the case.
Yep, that's true too.
And I didn't even use the crossbow!
Another true statement.
And that's all! I didn't do anything else in the hangar!
100% exactamundo.
Why does this all sound so fishy?
Ah! 'Cause Kokichi won't shut up! Get out of my head, Kokichi! I'm not the culprit!
Yeah, I totally agree.
I only carried the case.
Yep, that's true too.
And I didn't even use the crossbow.
Another true statement.
And that's all! I didn't do anything else in the hangar!
100% exactamundo.
Why does this all sound so fishy?
Ah! 'Cause Kokichi won't shut up! Get out of my head, Kokichi! I'm not the culprit!
Yeah, I totally agree.
I only carried the case.
Yep, that's true too.
And I didn't even use the crossbow.
Oh, I hit it. Oh, that shit was hard to hit.
I don't think Himiko used the crossbow. More accurately, she couldn't use it.
She didn't know how to put it together, and then two, she probably couldn't reach the window.
Couldn't use it? Why not?
The crossbow inside this case was disassembled. Kaito and I learned how to assemble the crossbow from Maki, so we could have done it. But I don't believe someone without the proper training could have assembled it.
I mean, Kaito could have. Well, no, if we're saying that she killed Kaito, then no, she wouldn't have. He wouldn't have told her how to put it together.
What if Maki taught Himiko how to assemble the crossbow?
She didn't teach me that! Right, Maki?
Oh.
What's wrong? You mad about before? Sorry. I thought they were gonna suspect me. Oh, I lied.
I really have to question your morals if you're blaming Maki for your lie, Himiko.
I don't think you're allowed to say something like that.
Sorry, Maki. Please. Tell them the truth.
Fine. I'm not going to lie.
I taught
teach
him.
Himiko how to assemble the crossbow. She couldn't have used it.
See? I I told you. It's just like I said. Everyone who suspected me needs to apologize right now.
I'll apologize to your.
She changed back so fast. I think I might have whiplash now.
Then, why did you bring the crossbow to the hangar, Himiko?
Kaito asked you?
I was asked to.
Either by Maki or Kaito. Asked to? Perhaps the person who asked was.
That's it.
Yeah, because he said he had a plan to get out of here.
Was it Kaito?
Huh? Kaito?
Only Kaito or Kokichi would have asked for a crossbow to be brought to the hangar. Because Kaito knows how to assemble the crossbow, he certainly could have used it. Knowing that, I can't imagine that anyone else would have asked Himiko.
I do not think she would bring it at Kokichi's request.
Hopefully.
Of course not. Why would I ever listen to Kokichi?
I mean, Gonta did.
Because I know you like me.
Ooh.
Nuh-uh. I hate you.
You probably think he
Like
cute.
you.
Oh, he likes your small hole. Let me stop, bro. Why is she blushing, bro?
Hey, don't play with Himiko's heart.
Why is she blushing, bro? You want to tell her something? She said, I don't want my small hole filled, punctured. Maybe Kaito was trying to keep the promise we made yesterday. Yeah, he's like, don't do anything. I got it handled.
But why were you keeping that a secret, Himiko?
Well, Kaito sorta asked me to keep it a secret.
Hmm.
Then Kaito died and I got scared. I thought it was gonna be next.
You're the worst for trying to pin the blame on Maki just for that reason. Maki, teach this dumb monkey the true terror.
That's racist.
Don't bully the person you like.
That's how you used to do it in elementary school. You used to bully the person you
This
like.
is way beyond bullying a grade school crush.
Himiko, when exactly did Kaito ask you to do this?
When I went to the hangar. Oh.
I think it was around evening yesterday. I was so nervous about fighting Kokichi, I couldn't get to sleep. So I took a walk near the hangar, and that's when Kaito called out to me.
Y'all just walking around the hangar knowing that the exosols are out there? Like, come on.
I got startled and wet myself a little.
Ew.
And then he asked me to get him a crossbow.
Ew.
That one part was, you know what? Never mind. So if Kaito asked for a crossbow, does that mean he was going to kill Kokichi?
No, he said it was to disable Kokichi. I wouldn't have helped him otherwise. I trusted Kaito and took a crossbow from Maki's lab.
That's when I witnessed Himiko.
But then, what did Kaito do after he had the crossbow?
I don't know. I just handed him the crossbow, then went right back to the dorms.
How'd he get that poison?
Presumably, Kaito tried to attack Kokichi, only to be disarmed of the crossbow.
I don't think he was disarmed
Then,
necessarily.
Kokichi returned fire and shot Kaito.
I feel like Kaito missed. Kokichi grabbed the arrow and then stabbed him.
No, it happened a little differently. Both Kaito and Kokichi shot the crossbow.
That's proof of that.
Oh no!
So it's the 3 arrows. So we need proof that both of them shot the arrows. Oh, Kaito's coat, of course. Alright. So what else do we have? Kokichi's clothes?
This is it!
Oh.
Remember that when we found Kokichi's clothes, there were holes in the back and sleeve. The
But
same kind of hole
That
was
only
found in
proves that
Kaito's
Kaito. Oh, well, we already established that.
Kokichi was shot by the crossbow too?
And it was Kaito who shot him, right?
Right.
I'm not sure. I don't remember anything like that.
You don't remember whether or not you were shot?
There is no doubt that they shot each other with the crossbow. But
They are both dead.
It doesn't matter.
Why doesn't it matter?
It doesn't matter what happened in between. In the end, Kokichi killed Kaito.
Or did Kaito kill Kokichi? Maki's been acting strangely. But why? Does she know something? If so, what does she know? Because she also went there.
Maki's right.
And the electro hammer is the
Doesn't
proof.
matter what happened in the middle.
No, everything matters.
In the end, there's no mistake that Kokichi killed Kaito.
Did he?
Then let's hurry up and vote.
No.
No, it's too soon. There are still mysteries.
It's a foot.
Who cares about that? We already know who the culprit is.
No, we don't.
You sure about that?
See, misdirect.
What? Now he's joining in?
Yeah, that's kind of weird because normally Monokuma would just stay quiet during like that. Like,
As
nigga,
the one
you
running
obviously
this trial,
have.
it bothers me when anyone says mysteries don't matter. It affects the overall entertainment value, so I encourage you to really think about things.
Nigga, do you want us to find the black one or not?
After all, there should be some mysteries that still matter. For example, is Kokichi really inside that exisal?
That's what I'm saying. The Exosol came out and it was Kaito's voice. Then it switched to Kokichi's voice. Nobody questioned that? Like, what the fuck?
What?
What? You heard me?
What are you saying? We finished that discussion a while ago.
No, we didn't. We just forgot about it.
Kokichi's gotta still be alive since the killing game's still going.
No, he does
Voices
not.
even coming from the exisal and everything.
So was Kaito's.
But we heard it speak in Kaito's voice earlier, didn't we?
Duh.
Yeah, don't rely on that.
See?
After all, this exisal has a voice changer.
Duh. It what? Oh my god, y'all are all stupid. You got me spitting this shit.
Because of that, nobody realizes I'm pretending to be Kokichi.
Oh my god.
But no more. Sorry for the wait, guys.
Both of y'all are dead.
The luminary of the stars has arrived. This time for real.
That's not even how he says it.
What? What's going on?
I told you, I'm Kaito. I was just pretending to be Kokichi is all.
This is even less believable than Kokichi.
There's a bit of a situation going on, so I didn't really have a choice.
We know there's a voice changer. You could drop the act. You could use Junko's voice for all we care.
Sorry about tricking you guys like that. My bad.
So Kaito's in there after all?
Oh my god.
Don't be stupid. How many times are you going to be tricked by him?
I can ask you the same question.
That's Kokichi pretending to be Kaito.
Or is it Kaito pretending to be Kokichi?
Don't you believe me?
Oh, he said the thing. Do you
Don't.
want to die?
Never call me that.
Well, that's our hair doing. That's our hair doing the octopus
Whoa
thing.
there, chill. You really think I'm Kokichi? I mean, I guess I understand. Sorry, I can't really get out of this thing right now.
That's Cap.
why not?
I can't move because of the injury I got from Kokichi.
That's
It's
Cap.
so bad I can't even stand. That's why I'm in this exisal.
It's Cap.
Is that so?
But if you guys don't believe me, then we can't move on. So, you're up, Shuichi.
What? Me?
Explain to everyone how I wasn't the one that died.
What? Kaito? No, he's not. I'm not reading that. No, maybe that's just what I want to believe. Is it really true? What story does the evidence tell? Does the story end up with Kokichi or Kaito being the victim? They're both the victim. I need to give a well-out reasoned answer to that question as soon. I can't look away from the truth. The victim of this case is Kokichi. Most of the evidence show that Kaito is the victim. What's the matter, Shuichi? No. Oh my god. Because he got crushed? Because he got crushed under the thing? I'm trying, I really am, but I can't think of anyone other than Kaito. Most of the evidence we have points to Kaito.
What's the matter, Shuichi? Just hurry up and tell everyone why I'm not dead. Should be easy.
No, I won't. Because you're not Kaito.
Thank you.
Kaito is already dead.
Despair will never die! Good! Good! This is already more entertaining! Now, the Ultimate Academy is proud to present its very own
This is very soon to be doing this.
Grounds. All right, let's give it everything we've got!
Usually this doesn't happen until like towards the end. Split opinion. It's a mystery. That Exosol, man. I'm like, bruh, y'all forgot he came in with Kaito's voice, and y'all just assumed Kokichi could just impersonate other people. We would have seen that before if that was the case. Kaito might be dead, but he's not the victim. Which one is dead?
I suspect that Kaito is inside the Exosol.
I got this! Unless he comes out of the Exosol, we can't confirm that.
He said that he can't leave the Exosol because he's injured.
Anyone who knows about Kaito's injury can make that claim.
Injured and injury.
Is it possible that Kokichi got crushed instead of Kaito?
Did you watch the footage? Kaito was the one who got crushed.
We need to stop
There
with
was
the
an
crush
arrow
thing.
hole on Kokichi's shirt.
I got this! Kaito's clothes had arrow holes too.
I want to believe Kaito is still alive and defeated the Mastermind, but
The Mastermind is still alive. Inside that Exosol.
Why are you so opposed to Kaito being alive?
I got this!
First try. They tried to throw us off with both the words being in there. I'm not doing that game again. I know my buttons now. I know my buttons now. I know my buttons now. Come on. They really tried to, they was really playing me. Bruh. That shit was hard. Maybe I needed to use the thing that helps you push it back better.
I don't want to believe it. In a way, I still can't.
Hurt my fucking arm.
The evidence shows that Kaito must be the one who died.
What if they're both dead?
I hate it. I hate it so much. But it's the truth.
I see. If that's the conclusion you've arrived at, Shuichi,
What if Mono
then there
Dam is
must
not
be no
dead?
mistake.
Then the one here is.
Looks like I messed around too much.
And he's gonna switch over to Kokichi, and we're gonna keep doing the same thing.
Sorry, that was just a little joke.
Oh my god.
what a sick joke!
Oh my god. I hate this
Still
so
an
much.
asshole.
I hate this so much. Because y'all are just gullible.
True, and I can't forgive him. But we still need to stay calm, be rational.
Rational, my
Get to the
ass.
truth of Kaito's death.
What about Kokichi's death? Anybody think about that?
Yeah, just keep calm and carry on.
Why are you saying that? Part of that was calm.
Getting back on topic, why don't we examine the crossbow a little more closely? I think we need to get all the facts straight, so we don't fall for any more lies.
I agree, but what do you think, Maki?
Yeah, what do you think?
Okay, let's discuss that then.
Why are you acting like you're in charge of things?
So if we assume that Kaito and I shot each other with the crossbow, then the most efficient way to solve this is to set up a timeline of events.
Hey, I said, why are you...
Alrighty then! Let the debate begin!
Alright. Used
When the
electron.
crossbow fired, what was even going on?
If you need to ask, you were there!
The crossbow was in Kaito's possession first. He probably fired the first shot at Kokichi too.
Then Kokichi disarmed Kaito, took the crossbow, and returned fire.
I didn't take the crossbow from Kaito. I secretly brought a different one!
But only one crossbow was taken. The other two are still in my research lab.
Still, only one arrow was fired.
Oh,
So
there
how
it is.
could they both shoot each other?
By the way, crossbow shots hurt a lot. My wound is still aching something fierce. When the crossbow fired, what was going on?
If you need to ask, you're there!
The crossbow was in Kaito's possession first. He probably fired the first shot at Kokichi.
Kokichi disarmed Kaito, took the crossbow, and returned fire.
I didn't take the crossbow from Kaito. I secretly brought a different one!
But only one
Oh, that's not it.
The other two are still in my research lab.
Still, only one arrow was fired.
That's wrong!
Stop assuming things, because you're making an ass out of you and me.
What do you mean, one arrow?
Well, I only gave Kaito one arrow, so...
You gave him one crossbow.
Of course! There's no way I got that wrong.
Why would you give somebody a weapon with only one ammunition?
Well then, that's strange, because... there were 3 arrows in the bathroom, remember?
3? I know I only gave him one!
That's cat.
Kaito even told me to only bring him one. Said he wanted to avoid fighting.
There were 3 arrows at the scene, but Himiko said that she only brought one. What is going on there? Maki, you want to explain something?
Maybe Kokichi. had
Maybe she
some
brought her
hidden-
own crossbow, shot the arrows, and then brought her crossbow back.
Why would Kokichi have 2 arrows when he didn't have a crossbow to fire them?
We know
Maki,
for certain that 3 arrows were recovered from the scene,
Maki.
and all 3 arrows had blood on them.
I thought that was poison. I'm not gonna lie.
And altogether, their clothes had 3 perforations in them. So we know.
So
for
6
certain
arrows
they
were
shot
shot.
3 arrows at each other.
Oh, I was joking. Then where did those arrows come from? I don't think Himiko is lying. There must be some angle to this that we haven't considered. Maki was there. What is it? What could have happened? Think. I need to think. Oh, my favorite game. Whoa! This boy is speeding. Zip, zop, zip, boo, boo. This thing ain't never gone this fast before. This got a new engine? Move out of my way, whore. Yeah. Yeah. I'm speeding. I'm speeding. Can't stop. That's all I know. I'm speeding. I'm speeding. How many arrows did Kaito give? Did Himiko give Kaito? I got dyslexia. Thinking game. I love this game so much. If they just made a whole Danganropa game off of this, I'd love to play it more. How can we be for sure though? Next question. Yeah, give me these. Yep, yep. I was scared. I ain't gonna lie. Nope. Oh, there's Monokuma there. Can I run over Monokuma? Is that one of the hidden Monokumas? I'm gonna be mad if that was a hidden Monokuma. Why they go off track? Where are all the hangers inside the... No. No. They were not inside the hangar from the start. No. Somebody brought them boys. And I think it was Maki roll. Next question. I really tried to give me a hidden Monokuma during this game. Ah! Get out the way. Ah! Do you have insurance? I hope you have insurance. Being in car accidents are not fun at all. Boom. Boom. Mario Kart on their ass. Ooh. Who brought the 2 arrows? Maki. Maki. It's either Maki or Kaito. I'm going with Maki. A third party. Boink. Go ahead. Go ahead. My hand's so cold, man.
Could it be that the additional arrows were brought in by a third party?
I wonder who.
A third party? So someone besides Kokichi or Himiko?
Yeah.
That's just a guess, though. There's no way a third party exists.
Cat.
If a third party did exist, why would they bring 2 arrows?
One for each body.
Kaito was the only one with a crossbow. I made sure I handed it to him.
Kaito said he only needed 1 arrow. Clearly, he didn't want to fight.
And somebody else did.
That's right.
So the other 2 arrows weren't for Kaito.
They were for
They were for the third party to use themselves.
So the third party didn't hand the arrows through the window. Instead, they went into the hangar and shot the crossbow themselves?
Another crossbow.
Impossible. There was an alarm system.
The
and
window.
an electric barrier around the hangar.
To the window. To the wall.
The hangar should have been completely closed off, right?
It's completely closed off, but can we confirm that? Oh, the scratched up thing feel like there might be another way. Some way that we haven't figured out yet. I'm overthinking something. Think! What method did the third party use to enter the hangar? The exisal. There it is. Let me get an X. Let me get an S. Let me get an A. Let me get a L.
I see now.
That electro hammer, Maki. Maki roll.
That's it. The exisal. The exisal could be used to enter the hangar.
Mm-hmm.
We couldn't get in because of the alarm system and the electric barrier.
Mm-hmm.
That shouldn't have been a problem for any of the exisals, right?
Right.
So if you wanted to enter the hangar, all you had to do was pilot an exisal.
I wonder who didn't bring their electro hammer.
I saw an exisal enter the hangar last night.
Yeah, you did.
So was this third party piloting it?
By the way, I just want to confirm something with Monokuma.
If you are Monokuma, why would you have to confirm something with him?
Would the alarm still go off if there was a person inside an exisal?
Well, I wasn't trying to keep this secret, but since it's about the details...
I think
of the
you already
hangar,
told us that, though.
I guess I can tell you guys.
I think you already told us that the exisals can enter.
It makes sense that the alarm system and electric barrier wouldn't react to an exisal. After all, the hangar is where the exisals are supposed to be stored. It'd be a hassle to disable the security every time an exisal comes and goes, you know? So even if someone is inside an exisal, the security system wouldn't catch them.
Mm-hmm.
Because it'd be a hassle to leave the exisal every time you have to put it away.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's like Shuichi said? A third party got in an exisal and entered the hangar?
But can just anyone pilot an exisal?
I don't think it's that hard. When you look inside of it, it was only like 2 buttons, right?
It's surprisingly easy. If you use both hands, both feet, and both nipples, you can do it.
Both nipples? What you got to use your nipples for? Tell me.
Nipples too!
Himiko got me acting different this episode.
Anyway, this third party commandeered an exisal.
Relax, chill.
and infiltrated the hangar. The person must have brought the other 2 arrows with them.
Correct,
I
Mundo.
told you that's impossible.
Why is it impossible?
There's no way you can get through security if you pilot an exisal. It's not possible.
What if you use an electro hammer?
Poss-
I'm sorry, Tuichi. I don't want to hear what you're talking about. I just want to, like, get her to confess. Maki, what are you talking about? What are you thinking now? What do you know? What are you trying to hide? Why? Why won't you tell me? Damn it! Yeah, we gotta use electro hammer. Yep.
If someone was piloting the exisal, they could have used it to enter the hangar.
That's not possible.
Is operating the exisal really that difficult?
Do we even know how to get inside an exisal? Outside the hangar, there were 4 exisals. And they were all moving, too.
I was controlling them remotely.
Electro hammers weren't an option. Yesterday, all the hammers were still recharging.
There's no way to stop an exisal. So getting inside one would have been impossible.
You're right, it's impossible.
No, you're wrong. It's not impossible. There's one way to stop an
If someone was
exisal.
piloting the exisal, they
No.
could have used it to
Don't worry
enter
about
the
it,
hangar.
Kokichi. I got this. I
That's
mean,
not
Shuichi.
possible.
Is operating the exisal really that difficult?
You gotta use your
How to
nipples.
get inside an exisal? Outside the hangar, there were 4 exisals. And they were all moving, too.
I was controlling them remotely.
Electro hammers weren't an option. Yesterday, all the hammers were still ritual.
That's wrong!
No, that's wrong. You little bitch.
Not all of the electro hammers were being charged.
And who didn't bring theirs?
I know because I found one. There was
Mm.
a used electro hammer near Monokuma and the Exosols.
Is that electro hammer used by the third party?
Mm.
Maybe they used it to disable an Exosol.
Mm.
Yes, I think so.
Elementary, my dear Watson.
When I saw them last afternoon, there were 4 Exosols.
And then there was 3.
But this morning, there were only 3.
And no Monokuma.
I noticed that too. Was the missing Exosol taken by this third party?
Ah, yes.
Shuichi is getting warmer.
Maki roll.
How about you say the answer right now? Who did it? Who is this third party?
Let me pick. Let me pick. The electro hammer give us a clue. Come on, let me pick. Oh my god. I know this is a visual novel. Please, let me just get through this. The culprit must have used the electro hammer between yesterday and this morning. There's only one person that I think could do that. Let me pick. Where is she? Where is she? Boom.
It's you.
Speak up, bitch. I'm sorry, Maki roll.
Maki, you're the third party we're looking for, aren't you?
Aren't you?
What? It's not
Maki? Maki roll? Yeah.
What are you saying?
Anything.
Remember what Kokichi said.
The extra hammers ran out of battery quickly. They had to charge for 24 hours. I was voice acting last episode, wasn't I? I was really in my bag.
After it runs out of battery. That hammer was used last afternoon, so it couldn't have been used this morning.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, who didn't bring theirs?
When we were all gathered in the dining hall this morning,
Where's your electro hammer? I don't need it. Yes, it's much better. A knife?
Maki was the only one without an electro hammer, wasn't she?
Yeah. You're quiet now.
Knowing that, the electro hammer I found could only have belonged to Maki.
Hmm.
And that leads me to the conclusion that Maki must be the third party.
Ooh. Activision. Bandai Namco.
She also knows how to assemble the crossbow. Could have returned it to her lab later.
Mm-hmm.
You brought a different crossbow than the one Kaito had, right?
Hmm.
Maki took 2 arrows and her own crossbow from her lab. Disabled the Exosol with an electro hammer and infiltrated the hangar. Now we just have to figure out what happened after.
I'll kill your logic.
Do you want to die? I can't wait to see her argumentative augmentation.
This?
What?
Why are you getting in my way?
Because it's a video
Getting in
game.
her way.
Why do you have to be mad? It's just a game.
Yes, I'm the third party.
Huh?
Huh?
I admit to going into the hangar with an Exosol, and then shooting the crossbow.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't kill anyone. I'm not the culprit.
Likely story, Miss Assassin.
You're right.
Oh.
I used the electro hammer. And I used the Exosol to enter the hangar too. also shot the crossbow there. However, I am not the culprit. Because the crossbow is not the murder weapon. You're right.
Ah, stop.
I used the electro hammer. And I used the exisal to enter the hangar too. I also shot the crossbow there. However, I am not the culprit. Because the crossbow is not the murder weapon.
The crossbow is not the murder weapon?
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean?
It's the poison.
The arrows left holes in her clothes. Think about the locations of the wounds. They were on his arm and back.
These things are moving fast. Hello?
An arrow to each of those spots wouldn't result in a fatal injury. That's why the crossbow can't be the murder weapon. Therefore, I'm not the culprit. The arrows left holes in her clothes. Think about the locations of the wounds. They were on his arm and back. An arrow to each of those spots wouldn't result in a fatal injury.
Oh, stop.
That's why the crossbow can't be the murder weapon.
Stop moving so
I'm not the
fast.
culprit. The arrows left holes in her clothes. Think about the locations of the wounds. They were on his arm and back. An arrow to each of those spots wouldn't result in a fatal injury.
There we go.
I'll cut through your words.
I'm like, Jesus. Things was moving fast as hell. Speedy Gonzalez.
The arrow hit if it were poisoned.
Oh,
Poison?
poison.
I noticed something about the poison in the lab during the investigation.
What'd you notice?
There was just a little less in the bottle than before.
Mm.
If that poison had been applied to those arrows,
Mm.
they would have been lethal, no matter where they connected.
Mm.
Maki, do you have a rebuttal?
What's the matter? Why don't you say anything? Don't tell me. You the culprit?
Not necessarily.
There's no way she is. Why would she kill Kaito?
She was trying to kill Kokichi.
I can't understand if you don't explain anything.
Maki is still fighting.
Huh? Fighting?
Do you remember
We're
that Maki said she would do
fighting,
anything
dreamer.
to defeat Kokichi?
Even if it meant killing.
Maki is trying to kill Kokichi in this class trial. She wants to kill the mastermind, a remnant of despair.
True.
Then when Maki said she would sacrifice anything, she meant...
Kaito. The sacrifice that that Mikey is talking about must be Kaito's life. Oh, all of our lives. My bad.
That's it.
That's it. What a
To
twist.
sacrifice all of our lives in order to kill Kokichi.
Sacrifice us?
Then by
Same
hiding the
thing.
truth, Maki was trying to get us to arrive at the wrong answer.
Kirimi was doing.
Just to kill Kokichi and the rest of us along with him?
Same thing Kirimi was trying to do.
Mean that Maki's the culprit?
Not
She knew
necessarily.
what happened and tried to hide it from us.
But that mischievous plan was ruined, all thanks to Shuichi here.
I don't think this is a cut and
Yeah,
dry
Maki,
case.
I already predicted this would happen.
You knew all along that Maki was the culprit. That's why you've been so calm.
This isn't over.
Yeah, it's not.
Maybe we do have the truth now, but this isn't over. We have a choice to make. We don't have to follow where the evidence leads.
Mm-hmm. Because the antidote.
What do you mean?
Antidote bottles.
Does this mean you're gonna vote for someone else, even if it's not the truth?
Someone else? You mean vote incorrectly on purpose?
What did you say?
What did he have?
Kaito told me that only I would be able to grasp what lies beyond the truth. That means finding the truth is not enough. We need to grasp the hope just beyond it. So Maki, please tell us the truth. The truth that only you know.
Kaito said that to you. Then, does that mean you guys made up before he died?
Yeah, I went to see him yesterday.
I see. Okay, I'll talk about it. Especially since it's my responsibility for involving everyone. Shuichi, you're so persistent. Are you always like that?
You think so? Maybe Kaito's charisma is starting to rub off on me.
Oh, it's not gonna be her argument. Whatchamacallit, it's gonna be the Exisol.
That guy would be pretty stubborn.
Then what really happened?
Maki, please tell us.
Please.
And so, Maki began telling the truth. A truth that would leave
Not
us
an
all
intermission.
in shock.
Not an intermission.
Don't just start narrating things. You're ruining the mood.
I thought it was going to a class intermission.
This turn of events isn't exactly boring.
Or it is going to a class intermission. Yeah. I'm like, as soon as he starts saying that, I'm like, oh god. Yeah, come on. Gotta save twice. I know I'm nice. Monokuma in the Cubs Theater, but there's no Cubs. And then the Monokuma in the Cubs Theater segment began, but with all the Mother Cubs disturbed, the segment was no longer possible, and so the curtain quickly fell. Boom. Bo 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 bo. Oh, it's resuming this fast? It's resuming this fast? Alright. I'm down with it.
The flashback light became the motive. When Kokichi remembered that he was a remnant of despair, I planned to kill him. I thought that if I killed him, this game, and the battle between hope and despair, would end. I was confident in my talent as an assassin. I knew I would be able to do it.
We've tried to end this killing game before, but...
You were naive.
Huh?
That's what I thought. I knew Kokichi would take advantage of my naivete, simply because it's him.
Mm-hmm.
Maki totally gets me.
You're not Kokichi.
That's why. I needed to settle it myself. I took the poison arrows and the crossbow, and broke into the hangar with an exisal. But when I entered the hangar, I saw something I never expected.
Kokichi was dead.
Kaito and Kokichi were fighting each other. Kokichi was shot in the arm with a crossbow arrow, probably by Kaito when he fought back. Both of them stopped and looked at the exisal, most likely surprised by its sudden appearance. Kokichi immediately took out his remote and attempted to control the exisal I was in. I jumped out of the exisal before he could, and shot Kokichi in the back with an arrow. That should have been enough to stop him, since the arrow was coated with poison.
The Strike 9 poison, correct? But why pick that particular poison? Some of the poisons in my lab were far more lethal.
Oh, really?
I wanted Kokichi to confess his true intentions before he died. And find out why he was always lying and trying to confuse us.
What do you mean?
the mastermind, it would have been easier for him to hide in the shadows, right? He could have made it seem as if the late Junko was secretly behind this killing game. That way, he could reveal himself as the surprise mastermind to liven up the game. Because of his suspicious actions, anyone would already suspect him as the mastermind. Especially with that message in the courtyard. Kokichi said it was a hint, but was it necessary for him to go out of his way just for a hint?
As a remnant of despair, I imagine he wanted to feel the despair of his plan being thwarted.
I think that if he wanted the thrill, he would have carried out the plan carefully. So when his carefully laid out plan goes to waste, he would be in utter despair.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Maki must have wanted to hear it directly from Kokichi himself.
Well, knowing how a compulsive liar he is, I don't want to hear nothing from him.
What are you talking about? Remnants of despair? What's that?
We know he was in the dining hall, so he obviously got the flashback light too.
I don't understand anything you're saying. Anyway, why are you starting a killing game when it should have ended? You already know it's all meaningless, and that I'm the mastermind. Do you love killing that much?
Shut up, you asshole!
Mm.
I realized it was pointless to continue the conversation.
Activating
So I
her
shot
sharing
an
gun.
arrow.
Wait, he already had two. Oh, because Kaito shot an arrow. And you hit him directly in the eyeballs?
But then,
The exit hole? Kaito jumped in the way? Oh my god.
what?
And then she quickly went to get
Kokichi?
she quickly went to get the antidote, but he was already too late. So I was right. Maki killed Kaito,
Why would
but he
Kaito
jumped
protect
into it, the bullet.
Kokichi?
At that moment, my mind went blank. I knew I had to do something about the poison.
Mm-hmm.
I rushed to Shuichi's research lab for the antidote.
So you didn't have the antidote with you at the time.
I used Strike 9 poison to torture Kokichi for info, but I planned to kill him from the start.
That's so mean!
That was my first mistake. Because of that,
You what?
You killed Kaito.
I ended up killing Kaito.
Mm.
When I returned with the antidote, the hangar shutter had been closed. I assumed it was Kokichi's doing, but because of that, I couldn't enter the hangar anymore. I needed to give Kaito the antidote somehow, so I went to the bathroom window. Kaito, can you hear me? Quick, drink this antidote! After calling out to him, I chucked the antidote through the bathroom window. Kaito noticed it and grabbed the antidote. But Kokichi stole it from him.
Hmm.
Sorry, but I can't die here, since I'm the mastermind of this killing game.
Wait! There's only one antidote!
Oh, you don't have to worry about Kaito. He fulfilled his dream, right? He already went to space.
Damn it!
Stop!
Whew, it feels so much better. I guess that's a wrap. Or maybe not. Because now another class trial is going to start.
Last trial?
You'll be the Blackened for this case, you know. Blackened who killed Kaito.
I killed...
Shut it! Screw the class trials. Like hell am I gonna let you have your way?
Kaito! Why did you protect Kokichi? If you didn't help him, then...
I couldn't help it. Even if it's Kokichi. I can't have you kill anybody.
But you got killed in the process.
Aw, Kaito wasn't protecting me. He was protecting Maki. The situation just got way worse. Maki is gonna become the blackened responsible for killing you. All because you protected me.
Oh, so they're gonna vote for Maki so she could get out.
Don't you worry, Makiro. I'm not gonna die that easily. Just leave it to me. I'll put an end to this killing game.
You're still full of energy, even like that.
I still believe Kokichi's dead.
You really are not boring. What? I want to see what a dying Kaito can do. So, show me what you've got. I won't meddle with your plans.
What are you...
Don't mind me. Run, Makiro. Just hurry up and run. Run and live. You gotta live.
But I refused to give up. I tried to enter the hangar by breaking the control panel with my knife.
Yep, I knew that.
In the end, I couldn't.
So that's where the marks on the control panel came from, huh?
After that, I returned to the bathroom window once more. I didn't see anyone. The bathroom door was closed. I called out, but neither Kaito nor Kokichi answered. I couldn't do anything anymore. All I could do was leave. That's when I made up my mind. As the Blackened who killed Kaito, I would kill Kokichi during this class trial, in exchange for all of your lives.
So that's what happened.
Mm-hmm.
Then Kokichi, knowing what he knew, still helped Maki cover up her crime?
That why you smushed Kaito in the hydraulic press?
Kaito wanted Maki to be spotless. As his friend, I felt obliged to help him.
How dare you! Make fun of him! You call yourself a friend? You enjoyed watching us suffer! You fucking asshole!
Ooh, Maki is so scary. Good thing I'm in this exosol. Pretty sure Maki would have already killed me if I was out there in the flesh.
You're lying. You're not in the...
Oh, what are everyone's plans now? With the truth out in the open, who are you guys gonna vote for? You can vote for me, but if you do, we'll all die together.
Cat.
Or vote for Maki and live. Well, choose whichever you want. I don't care either way.
Why are you so calm? Your life depends on this too.
Who cares? Just choose already.
See?
Come on, who are you gonna vote for?
He's not in there.
No, we can't vote yet. We don't have the whole truth. This case isn't over.
Huh?
Thank you for telling us everything, Maki. Thanks to you, I finally understand. There's another hidden truth within your testimony.
A hidden truth?
Yes, I'm positive. Because there's something wrong with the testimony you've given us.
The part of Maki's testimony that doesn't add up.
Oh no!
I thought,
That's it! Maki said she used a knife to try to break the control panel and enter the hangar. But that doesn't make sense, because there's an alarm system on the shutter.
mm-hmm.
Oh yeah! The alarm should have gone off if someone got close to the shutter.
I was too focused to notice at the time. But now that you mention it, it is odd.
Maybe the sensor just missed her.
The security there isn't that sloppy. If a shady person got near the shutter, the alarm would have gone off without question.
Then why didn't the alarm go off?
Like I told you, this isn't over.
The electro
There's still
bomb.
a hidden truth to find.
That's right. There must have been some kind of reason behind Kaito framed Kokichi. Kaito framed Kokichi. So since the poison wasn't deadly enough to kill somebody right off the bat, basically Kaito said, "All right, I want Maki's case to be completely spotless. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get into the thing." Somehow he used the electro bombs to disable the hydraulic press, or he cut the cord so that when Kokichi pressed the hydraulic press, it would keep going and crush him, even though he's a living being. So Kokichi is the blocking? Oh, please don't let it be true. Please don't let it be true. Kaito fake being dead.
I did attempt to enter the hangar, and I tried to destroy the control panel with my knife. At the time, the alarm system didn't go off.
If you had approached the shutter, the alarm would have activated with 100% certainty.
Maybe it was just broken.
Perhaps it was turned to a special setting?
Or maybe Maki is telling a lie. Did you really try to break the control panel with it?
I'm not going to tell any more lies.
It seems like the alarm's working properly. So what can we learn from that?
I did attempt to enter the hangar, and I tried to destroy the control panel with my knife. At the time, the alarm system didn't go off.
But if you had approached the shutter, the alarm would have activated with 100% certainty.
Maybe it was just broken.
Perhaps it was turned to a special setting?
Or maybe Maki is telling a lie. Did you really try to break the control panel with it?
I'm not going to tell any more lies.
Alright.
I did attempt to enter the hangar, and I tried to destroy the control panel with my knife. At the time, the alarm system didn't go off.
But if you had approached the shutter, the alarm would have activated with 100% certainty.
Maybe it was just broken.
Perhaps it was turned to a special setting?
Or maybe Maki is telling a lie.
The keyboard's in the way.
Did you try to break the control panel?
Lies. I did attempt to enter the hangar, and I tried to destroy the control panel with my knife. At the time, the alarm system didn't go off.
But if you had approached the shutter, the alarm would have activated with 100% certainty.
Maybe it was just broken.
Perhaps it was turned to a special setting?
I fucked that up.
I did attempt to enter the hangar, and I tried to destroy the control panel with my knife. At the time, the alarm system didn't go off.
But if you had approached the shutter, the alarm would have activated with 100% certainty.
Oh no!
Uh-oh.
I did attempt to enter the hangar, and I tried to destroy the control panel with my knife. At the time, the alarm system didn't go off.
But if you had approached the alarm would have activated
Oh my
with
God.
100% certainty.
Damn it!
I did attempt to enter the hangar, and I tried to destroy the control panel with my knife. At the time, the alarm system didn't go off.
But if you had approached the shutter, the alarm would have activated with 100% certainty.
Maybe it was just broken.
Perhaps it was turned to a special setting? Or maybe Maki is telling a lie. Did you really try to break the control panel with it? I'm not going to tell any
did attempt to enter the hangar, and I tried to destroy the control panel with my knife. At the time, the alarm system didn't go off.
No. Oh my
I did
god.
attempt to enter the hangar, and I tried to destroy the control panel with my knife. At the time, the alarm system didn't go off.
But if you had approached the shuttle, the alarm would have activated with 100% certainty.
Oh my god.
I did attempt to enter the hangar, and I tried to destroy the control panel with my knife. At the time, the alarm system didn't go off.
But if you had approached the shutter, the alarm would have activated with
Oh my
100%
god.
certainty.
I need to move this keyboard over a little bit.
I did attempt to enter the hangar, and I tried to destroy the control panel with my knife. At the time, the alarm system didn't go off.
But if you had approached the shutter, the alarm would have activated with 100% certainty.
Oh my god. Oh my
I
god.
did attempt to enter the hangar, and I tried to destroy the control panel with my knife. At the time, the alarm system didn't go off.
But if you had approached the shutter, the alarm would have activated with 100% certainty.
Really? 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 Even if it's not the answer, like, come on.
I did attempt
This
to
is
enter
that
the hangar,
BS. This is that
and I
Danganropa
tried to
BS.
destroy the control panel with my knife. At the time, the alarm system didn't go off.
But if you had approached the shutter,
Oh, that's not the truth.
oh no!
Alright, we got one more
I did
chance.
attempt to enter the hangar, and I tried to destroy the
Electric
control
lock.
panel with my knife. At the time, the alarm system didn't go off.
But if you had approached the shutter, the alarm would have activated with 100% certainty.
Maybe it was just broken.
Perhaps it was turned to a special setting?
Or maybe Maki is telling a lie.
I did attempt to enter the hangar, and I tried to destroy the control panel with my knife. At the time, the alarm system didn't go off.
Nope, that's game over. Alright, from the top, make it drop. That's some wet ass. Damn it, I made too many mistakes. It wouldn't be a Danganropa trial if we didn't have
Is this?
you know,
We can't let it end here.
it wouldn't be a Danganropa trial if we didn't have a game over.
I did attempt to enter the hangar, and I tried to destroy the control panel with my knife. At the time, the alarm system didn't go off.
But if you had approached the shutter, the alarm would have activated with 100% certainty.
Maybe it was just broken.
Perhaps it was turned to a special setting?
Damn it!
I
Come
did
on.
attempt to enter the hangar.
Let's the two exercises soon.
And I tried to destroy the control panel with my knife. At the time, the alarm system didn't go off.
But if you had approached the shutter, the alarm would have
That's wrong!
When was the electro bomb used?
There is a way to disable the alarm system.
But Maki only had one bomb, and she used it during the raid this morning.
But Kokichi had two.
Then the only other person who could have used one is Kokichi, right?
Huh? Why would I use an electro bomb? I had no reason to shut off the alarm, right? I'd be at a disadvantage if I did that.
I guess so. I can't come up with a reason why Kokichi would want to cut the alarm.
Because Kaito told him. But we know that it had to be that case.
I've got it! Disabling the alarm system wasn't the real objective.
What?
The main objective of Kokichi using the electro bomb was to disable the safety function.
That's it!
Yeah. Kaito framed Kokichi.
It was to deactivate the safety function on the press.
Deactivate safety function?
The Electrobomb wouldn't have just taken down the alarm system. It also would have disabled the hydraulic press's safety function.
That's true, but why would he do that?
There's only one reason that anyone would want to do that. If I'm right, it means that we've been thinking about this all wrong.
All wrong.
What aspect of the case runs contrary to the new evidence?
Oh no!
Then it's the first one. Huh? What would be his cause? Oh, because he would be crushed instead of the poison.
Kaito's cause of death.
What?
If the Electrobomb was used while Maki was trying to deliver the antidote, maybe Kaito didn't die by poison. It could be something else entirely.
Yes, the cause of death could now be the hydraulic press.
This is it! The hydraulic press. Kaito could have been killed by the press after all.
What? He could have?
If the safety was off, the press could have crushed Kaito while he was still alive.
Right after I threw the antidote, I tried to open the shutter. So, Kaito should have still been alive.
And if he was crushed by the hydraulic press after that, then we have our cause of death.
If that's the case, it'd mean the one who killed Kaito wasn't Maki.
It would be whoever was operating the hydraulic press. Kokichi.
I see. Very impressive. The hydraulic press could have been the cause of death. But that's just a possibility.
What other possibilities
What
are
do you
there?
mean?
It's possible that I killed Kaito with the press, but there's no way to know. Kaito's death could have been either the poison arrow or the hydraulic press. Both causes are possible, but you'll never be able to determine it. No matter what.
No matter what?
That's not true. We can probably solve this mystery too.
Mm-hmm.
Right, Shuichi?
Is it really possible to determine Kaito's actual cause of death? This is not possible.
I hate to admit it, but Kokichi is right. We have no way to prove the cause of death.
What did you say?
You can't check the body, and you don't have any conclusive evidence. You can't deduce any more from here on out. There's no way to know what happened. But I know, because I was actually involved.
So that's what you were trying to do. You were trying to commit an unsolvable murder.
Do you finally get it? Yep, that was my plan. The gimmick of this murder case isn't the unknown victim,
Unknown
but
culprit.
rather the unknowable culprit. No one understands but me. Only I know the answer. There's no more room for deduction here. Choose the culprit with your own intuition.
Intuition?
Are you troubled? I'm sure robots don't have intuition, right? But there's nothing you can do about it. This is just how the trial goes. So, who is the culprit? Maki or me? The heart-racing excitement as the blackened and the spotless face off.
Monokuma's not gonna like.
It's voting time.
I'm not gonna like you stole this line. Oh really? I said Maki, so I'm gonna have to roll with Maki. Announcement.
Hey, that's my line. I'm the one who decides when it's voting time.
Oh, come on. No one's gonna figure out the truth. Let's just vote already. This won't be a problem, right, Monokuma? Because you know who the culprit is, don't you? Just like you always do.
Huh? Yes, of course.
Yeah? What kind of a reaction?
He
is
doesn't
that?
know the culprit.
The culprit, you say? Yes, of course I know.
Why do you seem so flustered?
Flustered? Me? What are you talking about?
Bruh. What's going on with Monokuma right now?
Monokuma? Do you not know who the culprit is either?
That's hilarious.
Oh, what do you mean I don't know? What don't I know, huh?
That's hilarious.
Don't know, do you?
What does this mean? Why doesn't Monokuma know who the culprit is?
Monokuma doesn't know. What does that tell us about the case? Wait, this case.
Yes, that's it. So that's what Kokichi's real objective was.
Huh? What are you talking about?
Kokichi wasn't just trying to commit a murder that we couldn't figure out.
He's trying to stump Monokuma.
He was trying to commit a murder that Monokuma couldn't figure out either.
Murder Monokuma couldn't figure out?
What's the point of that? Kokichi's the one who's controlling Monokuma.
This has been a lie.
Consider how many elements of this case would be cleared up. Prior to this case, Monokuma always knew the specific details of each crime, correct? That must mean that he was using some way of monitoring us.
Perhaps there are hidden cameras, strategically placed to avoid our detection.
The monitor's in every room.
Can't say for certain. He must be keeping watch somehow.
The monitor is in
Kokichi
every room.
probably used the electrobomb to scramble whatever that was.
Yeah, the monitors.
The electrobomb would prevent any cameras from sending video wirelessly.
Which means it wouldn't matter where the surveillance cameras were hidden.
They're hidden in plain sight.
What's the point? Kokichi's the one who's controlling Monokuma.
Before we determine that for sure, I want to make one thing clear. If the objective were to create a crime that would stump Monokuma, the exosols...
They're protecting.
The exosols weren't protecting
They were
Monokuma.
keeping watch.
They were. That's it! They were watching Monokuma.
Watching him?
Yes. Remember what Monokuma said earlier in the investigation?
Oh, at the time the exercises were on autopilot and directed to only observe me.
If they were protecting him like bodyguards, they wouldn't have been facing him. They would have been scanning the area, watching us. They weren't. That implies that they weren't watching us. They were watching him. They were trying to make sure that Monokuma wouldn't go near the crime scene.
That reminds me. Before I stole an exosol, all 4 units were focused on Monokuma. That's why when I stole one to enter the hangar, the other 3 didn't pursue me.
That's crazy. Kokichi was like, yeah, I run
So
this.
Monokuma must have been talking about Maki.
Even if it puts someone at a disadvantage, the class trial must always be fair. The person who shared that info with me didn't seem to be interested in sharing it with you guys. So you share it instead. That way it'll be fair for all the participants.
She didn't want to share that information because it would have linked her to the murder. In which case, it could only be Maki.
You're right.
So to summarize this discussion, Kokichi used the electro bomb in the hangar and the exosols to watch Monokuma, thereby creating a scenario in which Monokuma has no idea who the culprit is?
I told you there's no point. Kokichi's the one who's controlling Monokuma!
How many times you gotta say that?
Kokichi might not be controlling Monokuma at all.
What?
But Kokichi's the mastermind, right? Shouldn't he be controlling Monokuma?
Kokichi might not be the mastermind.
What?
He probably got like a complex of like, nigga, you're not the mastermind. I'm the supreme leader, so I'm the mastermind.
Monokuma hasn't said a word about that. It's possible that Kokichi is just lying to us.
No way I lied! I'm definitely controlling Monokuma. The mastermind of the killing game is totally me.
Then prove it.
The one who pitted humanity's last survivors against each other is... all me, baby.
He wants the credit for being like the mastermind, the supreme leader.
But that doesn't necessarily mean that he's the mastermind.
Well, I guess. But is that really possible?
Well, Monokuma,
Silence.
I can't answer that without causing problems, because I gotta run this trial fair and square.
Even more reason to give us the answer. If you don't tell us the truth right now, you'll be an accomplice to Kokichi's lies. Does that sound like a fair game? Would you say this class trial is fair?
Yeah, tell us. Is Kokichi the real mastermind or not?
Nope.
No need to think about it. You're being way too forward, you know.
Aren't you normally the forward one?
They're about to start arguing.
I mean, I don't mind, because that's probably part of your strategy, too. But in the interest of fairness, I suppose it's time to tell the truth. Unlike the lies you love so much, the truth should be impartial to everyone.
and what is that truth?
I'm not being controlled by Kokichi, because he's not the mastermind.
You just dug yourself a hole, Monokuma.
Kokichi was just messing with you. I never once said he was the mastermind.
Then it was all Kokichi's lie?
Yeah, that is what that would mean. With the key from the last motive, he was the first to learn the truth of the outside world. Based on his deductions, he fabricated a lie to make you all think he was the mastermind.
I mean, technically, Kokichi did nothing wrong.
I see. Kokichi's own deductions.
If he's actually alive, I'm pissed. Do you want to know? And I'll tell you. Ken got... Oh, it's a flashback. We already read all of it.
His deductions got a lot of details right, though. Pretty impressive, honestly.
But what about the
Why is he
exosome?
blushing in the exosome?
If Kokichi wasn't the mastermind, how'd he control them so easily?
The
He
remote.
just used Mew's remote control, right?
Mew's remote control.
So the remote that Kokichi was using was made by Mew?
Oh, you didn't know? Mew not only invented the electro bomb and the electro hammer,
Don't tell me she created the exosols.
she also made a remote control
Oh.
that can hijack
I was about to
any
say.
electronic device.
I was about to say.
Kokichi just slapped a receiver on each of the exosols and took them for a spin.
Hey, isn't it a bit unfair to tell them all that?
Fairness has nothing to do with it. I offered up that info purely out of spite.
Jeez.
Spite towards you for trying to usurp the mastermind's
They're in a
role
pissing
and take over the game.
They're trying to. They're having a pissing contest.
Well, whatever. It's way more interesting to defeat an enemy who plays dirty anyway.
What's going on? It seems like they're actually fighting.
There's no doubt about it. Kokichi isn't the mastermind.
Are we just being dragged around by Kokichi's lies the whole time?
What were you trying to accomplish by pretending to be the mastermind, Kokichi?
Now you're gonna be all quiet? This is so
If the game is
frustrating.
unfair and Monokuma doesn't know who killed Kaito, then you have to dismiss the class trial. The killing game has to come to an end.
He's not the mastermind. Who is?
Why are you so certain there's even a mastermind to begin with?
Because you're right there. It doesn't have to be an alive person.
What do you mean?
Why, that's on a need-to-know basis, and you don't need to know.
But I wanna know.
The real mastermind is not Kokichi. Who could it be? I was thinking it was Yukon and Inoshima, but that can't be it. She's dead. We've never come into contact with her. If so, who's done? Well, she came back. Dangan too. Who playing this killing game?
Anyway, this conversation has flown off the rails. Let's get things back on track. This class trial is to figure out who the culprit is, not the mastermind. So, yeah, get to talking.
I agree. Before we worry about who the mastermind is or what my intent is, let's figure out the culprit!
But Monokuma doesn't know who it is. How is he supposed to confirm the results?
We don't need to worry about that. Let's just leave the decision-making to Monokuma. But you gotta run the class trial too. So no mistakes, okay?
Are you trying to get me to do something?
If he fuck up,
You've been
you have to
watching us solve
dismiss
all
the
these
case.
cases. But you can't be a spectator anymore. You're gonna participate in the class trial from here on out. So, let's resume this class trial.
If he's a
Monokuma,
participant,
you gotta
then we
use your
could vote for Monokuma as the blacking.
This will be
And
the
there's no
final
way to
class
prove that
trial.
he's not.
Me versus Monokuma!
You versus Monokuma?
When I play a game, I intend to win. But
If we
what's
all vote for
considered
Monokuma
winning
now that he's a
in this game?
participant,
Beating the other players?
he has to be punished.
Beating the game's mastermind is the true game. And that's how I'll win! That's why I decided to challenge Monokuma! If I can deceive Monokuma till the very end, then I'll be the winner!
You're dragging us around like this? Just so you can win a game?
I mean, this is the ultimate game.
As I suspected, your thought process defies all logic.
But since the outside world is in total ruin, this game is the only entertainment we have. At least I can enjoy this game to the fullest and feel good winning.
You really are a remnant of despair. Your way of thinking is just chaotic.
Remnant of despair. Whatevs. Let's just get this started.
Remember, he was in the dining room, so he saw the flashback
If
light.
the
I don't think
students
he
of
is.
Monokuma don't know who the culprit is, then I'm the winner.
Don't underestimate me, or Shuichi and the others for that matter.
What?
It's just like a remnant of despair to try to assume control of the game. But these kids are all that's left of Hope's Peak Academy. If you think they're gonna make this easy for you, better think again.
Whose side are you taking here?
Side? Isn't it obvious? Monokuma joins your party.
That would be a dope, like, smash, like, reveal. Ultimate Despair Headmaster.
Who invited you?
Now we can vote for him.
Now, let's join forces and unravel the truth behind
Monokuma's
this
the
case.
killer, and he can't disprove it.
Well, we were going to do it anyway.
Because once we use the electro bombs, the exercise outside would have been disrupted.
Let's just ignore Monokuma. His actions are always beyond comprehension.
Yeah! Let's just focus focus on the case.
Be quiet so we can ignore you.
Now, where should we start? We've already established what Kokichi is after.
He's just gonna keep talking anyway, isn't he?
Yeah, this is what he
In
does.
my experience, whenever you learn a new fact, you learn something else along with it.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, let's look for that.
You warmed up to him real fast. Guess you are both robots.
Are you? So another truth comes out. The piece of evidence that makes more sense now. The evidence that I couldn't wrap my head around.
Damn it!
How would they give me this long list of stuff? What is it then?
Damn it!
I'm not sure. This?
I was wrong!
This? I'm not sure what it is. Huh?
I was wrong!
I mean, that would prove that Kaito died of the poison, though. Oh my god. We're really about to get a game over off of this.
Damn it!
Bro, what else could it be? Kibo's account? We got one more. We got one more shot. The poison? Well, that's game over. Bruh. Done debating already?
Is this...
Retry.
We can't let it...
Nigga, what the fuck are we like?
There is a way to disable the alarm system.
But Maki only had one bomb, and she used it during the raid.
And the only other...
Huh? Why would... I had no reason to shut up.
I guess so.
I've got it! Disable...
What?
Are we really going through all of this? Are we really going through all this? Like, really?
It was to deactivate
Deactivate...
the electro bomb, wouldn't it? It also would...
Huh?
That's true.
There's only one read. I'm right.
How long?
Do we really have to go through this?
That's it!
This is stupid.
Kaito's
This
caught.
is stupid.
What?
If the electro bomb... Maybe Kaito...
Like, we have to go through all of that. Already did that.
Damn it! Oh no!
Oh. I'm thinking we back at the one that
This is it.
I'm sorry, y'all,
The hydraulic press.
but this is stupid.
Kaito,
That I gotta go through all of
safety was
this.
off.
Right after I threw. So,
Man, whatever.
If he was crushed,
Whatever. I don't.
if
Hey.
whatever was off.
Hey.
I see. But that's...
What do
Hey.
you mean?
It's possible that Kaito's dead. Both
Oh
causes
my
are
God.
No matter what,
Right, shoot.
Come on. Whatever. Why am I put this far
We
back?
had to admit-
You can't check. You can't deduce. But I know.
Oh my God. It's so much
So
dialogue.
that's what you
Why
were
did it start me all the way back here?
The gimmick of this, but rather, no one understands. No
Oh
one.
my God.
Are you troubled? But there's nothing you. So, your heart rate.
I'm still voting Maki again. And then why did Monotaro... Was that Monotaro?
That's my luck.
Oh, come on.
This is
Don't
just
we
red
want you
Monokuma.
Just like you.
Huh? Yes.
Oh my God.
This
This is so stupid.
flustered?
Monokuma.
Huh? Oh,
you don't know.
Oh my God.
What does this mean?
Yes, that's it.
huh?
Kokichi wasn't. He was trying to commit.
Whatever, man. I'm about to break my mouse.
What's the
Clicking this hard and
Consider how prior
fast.
to that must mean that he. Perhaps there are. I can't say for.
Oh my
Kokichi
God.
propped the electrobomb
Which means
I said
before we determine if the objective. Yes. That's it. We will watch.
Watching him?
Oh my God.
If they were protected, they would have been. But they weren't. They were trying to.
that reminds me. That's why when I.
So Monokuma must.
This thing won't go fast
She didn't
enough.
want to share. In which case,
Right.
so Kokichi used, thereby creating.
oh,
No,
what?
But Kokichi's the man.
Kokichi might not. Remember that the Monokuma has.
I'm definitely the one who did it.
Right.
Oh my God. This is such unnecessary, like...
Monica.
I can't answer that.
Even more reason. If you don't tell us, does that sound like a?
No need to think of.
Aren't you normal? I mean, I
Almost
don't
there.
laugh, but in the interest of, unlike the lies,
And what is?
I'm not being.
Is that?
Kokichi was just messing.
Then it was all Kokichi.
Yeah, with the key from the last space.
I see.
His deductions got a lot of.
But what about the? If Kokichi wasn't the man.
He
Oh
just
my.
used me.
So the remote that.
Oh, you. Mew not only invent, she also. Kokichi just.
Hey, isn't?
Fairness has no.
Like I'm literally
Well, whatever.
What's
like
going on?
smashing my mouse.
What were you trying to?
There's no sense of like why I'm
Why
being
are you
put
so
back.
certain?
What do you mean?
Why, that's on a need to know.
But I wanna.
Anyway, this class trial is so yeah.
I agree. Before, let's figure out.
Oh my
But
God.
Monokuma doesn't.
We don't need to worry. But
Are you trying?
you've been watching us. You're gonna participate. So, let's this will be the final
You versus Maki.
when I play a game. But what's no. And that's how I can deceive my
Dragging us around.
Oh my god.
As I suspected.
But since the outside at least I
You really are a rem.
But if the students or Monokuma don't know who the culprit is, then I'm the winner.
Don't underestimate me, or Shuichi and... But these kids are up. If you think they're gonna make the
Whose side are you taking here?
side, isn't Monokuma joins your party.
Let me save right here. Saving right here. So if for some reason something happens, we're just gonna load it up.
Who invited?
Now, let's do it.
We were going to do it.
Let's just ignore my.
Yeah, let's just focus on the case. Now, where should we...
He's just gonna
After
keep talking
Kokichi.
anyway, isn't he?
In my experience, whenever you learn something else,
Yes, let's look for that.
You warmed up to him real.
So another true criminal. The piece of evidence makes more sense now. Evidence I couldn't wrap my head around. Isn't that? Was it this?
I was wrong.
This? Oh my god. We did the murder video, right? Did we? Poison?
I was wrong.
What is the question?
Damn it.
Bruh. Give me a hint or something. Oh my god.
Oh no.
Bruh. We already looked at all this.
I was wrong.
We got like 3 more chances. The crossbow? No. This?
Oh no.
Literally, what is it? The 3 arrows. This?
Oh no.
I'm not about to do this. If that doesn't know who the culprit is, what evidence need to be analyzed again. A small empty bottle.
This is it!
I could have swore I clicked the murder video.
Let's discuss the video of Kaito being crushed by the hydraulic press.
Oh my god.
Kokichi said that he filmed that video to prove he was not the victim. But we know that Kokichi was trying to mislead Monokuma. So what about... It's pretty strange to present
It pisses
evidence
me
that
off.
condemns you after all.
Then what kind of mistake was Kokichi trying to get me to make?
Maybe he crushed Kaito with the hydraulic press, so the cause of death would be unknown?
But if that were the only objective, there would be no need to film it. Discovering the crushed body would have been enough. No need to show us the film.
That's true.
I guess you're starting to fit in after all. Get any cuter, I'm gonna hug you.
What?
Huh? Really?
There must be a reason you went out of your way to show us the body being crushed.
No reason, really. That's just my twisted personality.
You're lying again, Kokichi. There's a method to your madness. If you wanted Monokuma to make a mistake, then showing us the video would. I mean, something to do to trying to fool Monokuma. Taking a video of the murder, but keeping the victim's identity. What does it show? What doesn't it show? Hangman's Gambit. Alright. Please don't put me all the way back, or I will load up the save file.
We can't let it in.
Alright, thank you. Is it victim?
I see now.
This game sometimes, man.
The victim.
Is it even possible? No, that's a question for later. For now, we know that.
If you show the moment of Kaito's death, of course it would lead us to believe he died. Even if we can't positively identify the body, we would still believe Kaito was the victim. That might be exactly the mistake Kokichi was going for.
Does that mean the victims were switched?
Hmm?
Switch?
Then it was some other dead body that got crushed by the hydraulic press?
I told you Kokichi was dead. That's why I voted for Maki. That's why I voted for Maki.
Where would we even get another body?
His own body.
There should be plenty to choose from if you reuse the body of a former victim.
If
Oh.
there was an unknown body, then we could guess the victim was switched. But too bad. Switching the victims was impossible.
The cords were cut, so no, it's not. And you just pause the video. You pause the video right there and
Showed
switch out the body.
being crushed. When in the footage would they have been able to switch the victim?
You pause the video, and then you stop it before it crushes him, because he's still alive, and then you switch out the body, and then you resume.
And we already established that the footage was not doctored in any way.
But it was paused.
The camera doesn't have any editing functions.
Play,
Just play,
record,
pause.
pause.
Monokuma also said that no computer was used to edit the footage.
So you just
Remember?
pause the recording. You pause.
My big mouth.
You pause the recording.
Which means switching out the victim would not be possible.
But even then, that still leaves Kaito dead because he still took the poison.
Also, if the victim was switched, then that would mean Kaito is still alive. We already discussed this so many times. The chance of that happening is impossible.
It might be possible.
Huh?
There could be a trick to make the switch possible. Just haven't noticed it yet.
Oh,
Duh.
and what trick is that?
The pause button.
See? You don't know, do you?
Come on,
I already
Shuichi.
said it's impossible.
Maki's not wrong. There is a way it could be done.
Pause.
So we can't
If
just give
Kaito
up
was
here.
still alive under there when it was stopped just before it crushed him.
Hey, Shuichi. I'll think harder about this as well.
It's literally
So,
the pause
can
button.
you confirm whether or not the victims switch places? If Kaito is alive or not?
Maki.
I don't like the thought that I killed Kaito. I don't want that.
Okay then. Let's talk about the possibility that Makiro mentioned.
Himiko, if you call her that again...
Yes, please.
Oh, okay. Let's all talk it over together.
We're friends together. And don't you forget, you're not alone.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll figure something out.
Jeez, you guys are a stubborn bunch. There's no trick.
That's probably another lie.
However, if the victims were switched, then that would mean the footage was altered.
Not necessarily altered, but
How could
paused.
it have been altered when we know that the footage wasn't edited?
If we could figure that out, maybe we'd know how they switched places.
I knew there was a trick to that video the whole time. Kokichi made it. 100% suspicious.
Trick to that video. Ah! And then crushed. Pause. And then crushed. What's suspicious about it? Hangman's Gambit? Oh, non-stop debate.
There must be some trick to that video.
Yes.
That's what you all gotta figure out.
There is no trick. You can check, but there's no editing function in that camera.
Did the placement of that camera seem suspicious to any of you? The filming angle seemed unnatural, don't you think?
The person in that video. Was it really Kaito?
Something seemed off about that video to me. When the hydraulic press stopped for a brief moment.
Could it be that the video was shot at another location?
No.
Any other bright ideas?
I
Come on,
think Kibo
everybody,
got it.
speak up.
I think Kibo got it.
There must be some trick to that video.
That's what you all gotta figure out.
There is no trick. You can check, but there's no editing function in that camera.
Did the placement of that camera seem suspicious to any of you? The filming angle seemed unnatural, don't you think?
The person in that video. Was it really Kaito?
Something seemed off about that video to me. When the hydraulic press stopped for a brief
Isn't Kayato's sleeve. It's Kayato's sleeve. He never usually has his arm out. There it is.
That's what you all gotta figure
I
out.
got the right person. I just had the wrong bullet.
You can check, but there's no editing function in that camera.
Did the placement of that camera seem suspicious to any of you? The filming angle seemed unnatural, don't you think?
The person in that video. Was it really Kaito?
Something seemed off about that video to me. When the hydraulic press stopped for a
Damn it!
I feel like that's it.
There must be some trick to that video.
That's what you all gotta figure out.
There is no trick. You can check, but there's no editing function in that camera.
Damn it!
There must be some trick to that video.
That's what you all gotta figure out.
There is no trick. You can check, but there's no editing function in that camera.
Did the placement of that camera seem suspicious to any of you? The filming angle seemed unnatural, don't you think?
The person in that video. Was it really Kaito?
Something seemed off about that video to me. When the hydraulic press stopped.
I was wrong!
There must be some trick to that video.
That's what you all gotta figure out.
There is no trick. You can check, but there's no editing function in that camera.
Did the placement of that camera seem suspicious to any of you? The filming angle seemed unnatural, don't you think?
The person in that video. Was it really Kaito?
Something seemed off about that video to me. When the hydraulic press stopped for a brief.
There we go.
I agree!
Right person, wrong bullet.
Kibo is onto something. Isn't it weird that the hydraulic press stopped for a second?
Mm-hmm.
Because when Kibo and I first investigated that hydraulic press,
It just kept going. And he had to roll out of there.
Yes, that's right. The hydraulic press kept lowering itself without stopping.
but in the video,
Covered its body. And then boom. And his arm wasn't in the
The
sleeve.
hydraulic press stopped briefly, right before it crushed the body?
Yep.
But why would it stop?
Alright. What's over here? Oh, that's not it. Alright, and then a remote control. Really. I thought maybe the Exosoul had the thing set up. I don't know.
The only way to stop the
Oh, she can
hydraulic
hijack.
press
She
is
made a
the
remote to
force stop
hijack the
button.
thing.
An electro bomb went off in the hangar, which would have interfered with the safety function.
But she made a
No
remote
way to
control
stop the
that I could
hydraulic press unless
hijack
someone
it.
used the force stop button.
When you say someone, you mean
Oh,
Kokichi,
that's not the
right?
remote. That's the
He
force
was
stop.
the only one there.
Actually, maybe I pressed it by accident. I don't really remember. So what of it? The press only stopped for like a sec. You can't switch the victim in such a short time, can you?
That's true.
You pause the recording.
There's also the question of how the bodies got switched while the camera was rolling.
You pause the recording.
That would have clearly been caught on camera.
Oh, the camera was rolling.
Oh, I see.
If it wasn't just the
the
press.
that stopped.
Huh? Huh? What do you mean?
If you stop something else at the same time you stop the hydraulic press,
Yes, I see it now. That's how the bodies were switched. If you stop that, you could easily swap the bodies. Another one. Should I start on like the outer? I like starting on the inside. Well, maybe I should start on the out. No. What is? Oh. That's it.
I see it.
Press the
The
pause.
culprit stopped the video camera at the same time as the hydraulic press.
Mm-hmm.
Then, while the camera was off, they switched the body under the hydraulic press. After the body was swapped, the press and the camera were started simultaneously. So it just looks like the press stopped for a moment.
Pause. And you just see an arm. That's why Kokichi's
That's
clothes
what
was
I've
in
been
the
saying
in the
this whole
toilet.
time.
When did you ever say that?
So they stopped at the same time. The camera position did seem odd to me. But now I get it. The trick wouldn't work unless it was set up there.
Huh? Why?
To get the trick we just described to work, the camera had to be set up precisely.
From an angle where you couldn't see the body. Let's pin that down. Where was the camera set up?
I was wrong!
Is it on the hangar? Cause that's the press, right? This is the press. No, wait. Where's the press? That's the press, right? So it had to be set up.
Damn it!
Huh? Not down here. Hmm. Oh, fuck.
I was wrong.
I only give you 30 seconds.
Damn it.
All right, maybe it was set up right here.
I was wrong.
Here we go again. What was the button?
There.
Right next to the button.
The video camera must have been set up somewhere around here. To operate the press and the camera at the same time, it would have to be near the switch.
That's why the video was taken from that unnatural angle.
And then you switch the body.
If they were recording it like normal, they would have used a better angle.
And if it was recorded at such an odd angle, then that
Camera angles, huh? Looks like your cosplayer experience is finally useful.
Well, cosplay doesn't really come up all that much in class trials.
There was a reason the camera was set
I'm
up,
so glad my wife,
but
who
also
hasn't
a
died
reason
yet,
for the height.
cover the arm so you can't see the face. Boom, right
When
there.
the press was stopped, you couldn't really see who was inside it, correct? That was intentional. The body is mostly hidden by the press.
The camera must have been placed at such a high position, so it would produce that angle.
I wonder if they used that tripod in the hangar to adjust the camera's height.
Did they get that from the warehouse too? Jeez, that place is like a 4D pocket.
What is that even?
You don't get to make that reference.
Then, that logic is correct, right? Kokichi used that video angle trick and switched the victim in the hydraulic press. In that case, Kaito is...
Or he was crushed by the press. He was swapped with a different body. So Kaito's still alive!
He was still affected by the poison.
Well, wait just a minute.
What? But I just summed it up so nicely.
Himiko, the different body you mentioned, what are you talking about?
The bodies from the other cases. Kichi's the mastermind, so he... Wait, the mastermind?
Yeah, Kokichi isn't the mastermind, so I don't think he'd be able to produce a body to switch out.
Unless he used his own.
What?
Well, Monokuma, do the rules allow for a body to be reused?
Very well, I'll answer that.
You're giving in pretty easily.
Yeah, he
Well,
is.
It's crucial information to make the trial fair. This discussion is pointless if it's not clear what the culprit was allowed to do, right?
You're a convenient mastermind, but I guess that makes defeating you worth my time.
Now then, regarding the reuse of a dead body,
I mean, it happened in Danganropa 1.
that is impossible. All the dead bodies have already been thrown away.
Likely story.
Thrown away?
So he used his own body.
Gone? Then who did Kaito switch places with?
Kokichi. Kokichi's dead. The real victim was other person in the hangar. Why did he say anything? If it wasn't the whole body, it could only be Kokichi.
Who did Kaito switch places with?
Maki, I think I missed something very important here.
Something important?
If I have the timeline right, there were only 2 people in the hangar at the time. Which means that someone had to been this. I have to pin that down. I can't let anything escape me. Victim. Victim helper. Give me that R, baby. We not losing on Hangman's Gambit. I need that R. Where's that R at? Oh, victim help.
I see
I was looking for helper. It was help.
now. I can't believe I overlooked this.
What do you mean?
There were only 2 people in the hangar at the time the bodies were swapped. Which means they were working together.
Mm-hmm.
Huh? Working together?
Yeah.
The only 2 people involved in the swap were the victim and the culprit. The culprit was operating the camera and the hydraulic press, while the victim lay inside.
And we know Kaito was the victim, and then Kokichi was the culprit. So they switched to where Kaito was the culprit and Kokichi was the victim. But there's no way to prove that. So
They
that's
switched
Kokichi's
places while
angle.
the press and the camera were stopped. Then the person who turned the camera and the press back on was the original victim. To put it simply, both people operated the press and camera at different times. An impossible trick, unless the victim and culprit agreed to cooperate beforehand.
Which they did. Maki saw that.
Victim and culprit cooperated?
It sounds bizarre, but perhaps that was the whole point. Commit a crime that was so confusing, even Monokuma would be tricked.
Jeez, this culprit's a real jerk.
Or is it the
So,
victim?
Have you realized who done it yet?
The culprit of the case. And my detective work hasn't failed me. The culprit inside the exit hall should be Kaito. It can only be them. Oh, he's right next to me. Why was it red this time? Because my
The
health?
current victim we saw in the video was Kaito, which means
When they swapped, it was Kokichi and his clothes on the
Kokichi was
toilet.
operating the hydraulic press and camera. At first, if the 2 of them switched while the press was stopped, then the culprit who started the hydraulic press again and crushed Kokichi
Was
must
Kaito.
be Kaito.
But we don't know if they switched. That could just be a wrench.
So, the person inside that exosome isn't Kokichi.
I don't think it's either of them. Because Kaito is still poisoned. So that means he could have died.
It has to be Kaito.
Unless he visited my lab in between the time of the investigation.
So the culprit for this case is Kaito Momota. That is what the ultimate detective has deduced, right?
Kaito is the culprit? What? You're joking, right?
My hands
You
are so
can't
cold.
be serious.
I don't want to believe it either. But it's the only way any of this makes sense. My detective work has led me to the conclusion that Kaito is the culprit.
That's what I said.
Is that that true? Is Kaito really in there?
No, he's not. Neither of them in there.
Hey, answer us! If you really are Kaito, then...
There's a remote
I know.
that hijacks exosouls. Huh?
There's just no way that Kaito can still be alive. Because I'm the culprit.
Wait, you?
The poison. If they did
I
switch the
saw it
poison.
with my own eyes. Kokichi drank the antidote that he stole from Kaito. There's no doubt Kaito died. And he died because of my poison arrow.
When you told us you didn't want to kill Kaito and...
Yes, I never wanted to. I wanted to believe that I didn't kill him. But the truth speaks differently. In the end, I was just running away from the fact.
I don't understand.
Maki, are you trying to protect Kaito? He's the culprit. You're trying to help him get away?
There was only one antidote. So it's more likely he died from my poison arrow. This is the truth.
I believe that their plan happened, but even if Kaito did survive after that and crush Kokichi, the poison would still kill him.
It's not decided yet. I could have still killed him with the hydraulic press. Either way, those are the two options. Monokuma knows the answer, right?
Huh? Are those the only options?
No. They both could have died.
That's how things turned out.
No, that can't be. The person in that exosol is...
It's not Kaito! I saw Kokichi drink the antidote!
Wait. The antidote? But that bottle in the room says poison. Oh, but he dipped the thing in poison.
There's no mistake. Kaito is dead. I killed Kaito. There's absolutely no doubt. That's...
Wasn't there something in my lab that said like they looked like they had been mixed or something? I thought so. Mikey's trying to protect Kaito. I understand how she feels, but Kaito is the culprit. Why did he agree to Kokichi's plan? I can't imagine that Kaito would do something so selfish. There must be a reason for it. I truly believe that. But I have to get to the bottom of this before I can uncover the truth. This is where we lie.
But Maki, you don't know for certain that Kokichi drank the antidote.
What?
You saw him drink it right in front of you, but you couldn't confirm he actually did it. So maybe there's another possibility.
What are you talking about? Possible? That's impossible. There is no other possibility.
Oh, it is
I
her.
killed Kaito.
It is her argument of whatchamacallit. Yep, argument. Ooh.
I killed Kaito. You're the one who's wrong. He died from my poison arrow.
Ah!
No other possibility. What do you know? I killed Kaito. You're the one who's wrong. He died from my poison arrow. There's no other possibility. What do you know? I killed Kaito! You're the one who's wrong. He died from my poison arrow. It doesn't matter what you say. I'm telling you, this is the truth. But you keep getting in the way. You're so goddamn annoying. It doesn't matter what you say. I'm telling you, this is the truth. But you keep getting in the way. You're so goddamn annoying. It doesn't matter what you say. I was at the scene. So I know I'm not wrong. I'm sorry I kept quiet till now. I wanted to believe I didn't kill him. But I won't run away from the truth anymore. Because I know what I saw. I was at the scene. So I know I'm not wrong. I'm sorry I kept quiet till now. I wanted to believe I didn't kill him. But I won't run away from the truth anymore. Because I know what I saw. I was at the scene. So I know I'm not wrong. I'm sorry I kept quiet till now. I wanted to believe I didn't kill him. But I won't run away from the truth anymore. Because I know what I saw. I was at the scene. So I know I'm not wrong. I saw Kokichi drink the antidote.
Pretended to drink the antidote.
It ends here!
She didn't look as sexy as I thought she would have.
Kokichi just pretended to drink the antidote. He didn't actually drink it.
He pretended to drink it?
But what does he gain from, like, killing himself?
Maki could only see so much through the window. She didn't confirm Kokichi drank it. I believe that Kokichi knew this and just pretended to drink the antidote. After Maki left, he gave the antidote to Kaito. There's a strong possibility that all of this was done to make Kaito cooperate.
Make him cooperate?
The swapping trick required...
That is even the thing that Kaito be doing. The arm behind the head.
Kaito's cooperation was essential to Kokichi's plan. However, I don't think Kokichi would be able to sway Kaito easily. He needed leverage. He gave Kaito the antidote in exchange for his cooperation.
In exchange for his own life, you mean?
Yep.
Kaito had no choice. He had to cooperate after Kokichi saved his life. That's just Kaito's character. And Kokichi knew that. He swallowed his pride with the antidote and agreed to participate in Kokichi's plan.
Didn't Kokichi make this plan? What good is it for him if he's dead?
Right.
I imagine this was all part of Kokichi's plan to confuse us. You wouldn't think that someone would plan their own murder.
He went so far.
I mean, Nagito did.
Just to create this mystery?
Only Kokichi could think of something so nefarious.
But Monokuma's a part of this,
Some
though.
agree to die just to execute their plan.
Why would he go that far?
I bet Kokichi was determined to beat me at my own game, no matter what. But too bad. Shuichi figured out the truth.
Sure, it's not delusion.
Illusion?
A delusion completely off the mark. To make you think that I died. But who cares what you guys think? This is between me and Monokuma. I don't give a crap if the extras in this game get it right or not.
Jesus Christ.
Extras?
I'm fine with being an extra.
I bet you are, sweetheart. Now eat your cereal.
Why?
You're just extras, and even if we get it wrong, we won't get killed.
No, I'd still kill you.
I still kill you.
Why? You are being so friendly with us.
If Monokuma gets it right, then he takes everyone's lives, yeah? But if Monokuma gets it wrong, then he'd have no right to take everyone's lives. If Monokuma doesn't know who the culprit is, then this killing game can't function anymore.
Can't function anymore?
Kaito, I believe in you.
If you're cooperating with this plan, you must have a reason. To determine the reason, I need to
still
reveal the
think
truth.
Kaito is the culprit. Thinking of it that way makes all the pieces fit. I will show you the truth. The truth you can't deny.
Closing argument. So they haven't even made us Lie. Oh. Trail of blood. Oh wait, never mind. Hit the exit soul. So you gotta go back. Wait, what? Yeah. Electromall. Hello? Is the game stuck? Hello? There we go. The game was stuck. Some with the crossbow. Drink the antidote. Kokichi in the press. All right. Flush down the toilet. Oh no. Really? I had that much of a sliver left? Come on, bruh. It's the closing arguments.
We can't let it end here.
Do I gotta do all that again? Do I gotta do all that again? Yeah. Only antidote. right? Apparently not this. Wait. Oh. Huh? Oh. Oh. The verbiage is so confusing. Alright. Case is all solved.
Let's go over the trick that Kokichi and the culprit created together.
Shall we?
Last night, Kibo saw Himiko from the window of his lab.
Mm-hmm.
She was carrying a black case and heading to the Exisal hangar.
Mm-hmm.
When she reached the hangar, she handed the case to someone through the bathroom window. That someone is the culprit of this case.
Kaito, you
Locked
sly
in the
devil.
bathroom, the culprit had asked Himiko to bring them a certain weapon. The disassembled
Through your
crossbow
small
from
hole.
Maki's lab. The culprit was going to use the crossbow to
Spike
change
Tunesoff
Kokichi
is
to
a sick
fighter.
individual. Making Himiko and those small hole jokes. And look, Act
Some
2 is
time
in small
passed,
holes.
And Maki made her way to the hangar. She was going to the hangar to kill Kokichi and save the culprit trapped in the bathroom. However, the hangar had an electric barrier preventing her from entering. Fortunately for her, she had an electro hammer to get around the barrier, in a way.
Maki kind of bad, I ain't gonna lie.
She used her electro hammer to disable an exisal and climbed inside. She knew exisals could bypass the barrier, so she got inside one. Around that time, the culprit and Kokichi began their confrontation.
Look how smug Kokichi is. He's just like, hey, I'm just
While
happy to be
Kokichi
here.
was checking up on them, the culprit ambushed him with a crossbow. But the culprit didn't intend to
What if
kill
Kaito just shot him right in
He
the
just
middle of
wanted
the
to disable him.
other head? Click! Bow!
That's
My
why
eye!
the culprit aimed for Kokichi's right
My
arm.
leg!
If they really wanted to kill him, they would have shot him in his vitals.
Right in between his fucking eyeballs.
Kokichi reeled from the arrow, and the culprit jumped on him immediately. He didn't want Kokichi to have the chance to summon an exisal with a remote. While they were fighting, something happened that caught them both off guard.
Maki. The Terminator.
The hangar opened, and an exisal stepped inside. Kokichi was definitely not expecting an exisal to interrupt them. He pulled out his remote in an attempt to control the exisal. But Maki
Whoosh.
leaped out of the cockpit and shot Kokichi with her crossbow.
And shot his ass. Pow! Shot his ass again. Pow pow. Ah!
Kokichi right in the back. And it was no normal
Macaroni
arrow.
with the chicken strips. Ah.
The tip
That's
was
the face
covered
he's
in
making.
lethal poison from my lab called Strike 9 poison.
That's crazy.
The poison kills slowly. It seems as if Maki wanted Kokichi to confess before he died. But even with poison in his veins, Kokichi continued to spin his lies.
That's what the ultimate capper's supposed to do.
When she had had enough, Maki tried to finish him off with another poisoned arrow.
But the culprit jumped in.
But this time, Maki was the one caught by surprise. To keep Maki from becoming the Blackened, the culprit used their body to shield Kokichi. The culprit's left arm was struck by a poison arrow. Maki remembered that there was an antidote in my lab and immediately ran off to get it. The Strike 9 poison slowly circulated through their systems and would soon kill them both. But in that desperate situation, Kokichi thought up a clever lie. He incorporated this unforeseen event into his plan to help him win the killing game.
Mm-hmm.
Or should I say, help him defeat Monokuma. That was Kokichi's true objective. It's why he claimed to be the mastermind. Thinking fast, Kokichi closed the shutter so that Maki could not re-enter the hangar. Thus, Kokichi's final lie was set into motion. When
Swipe.
Maki returned with the antidote, she couldn't get back inside the hangar. So she went around to the hangar bathroom and passed the antidote through the window. But after the culprit was given the antidote, Kokichi immediately snatched it.
So why it show him punching Kaito?
Kokichi drank down all of the antidote while the culprit and Maki watched in horror. Maki must have been panicking, thinking the only antidote was now gone. She believed that the culprit was going to die from her own poisoned arrow.
I mean, he still take. Oh no, never mind.
But
Because
it
he
was
drank the
all another
antidote.
one of Kokichi's lies. He had only pretended to drink the antidote.
So damn, Kaito's still alive.
Maki tried desperately to break into the hangar, even slashing the control panel. But she couldn't get the shutter to open again. Defeated, she had no choice but to leave. After Maki had left, Kokichi took out another weapon. An electrobomb, capable of disabling communication devices for hours. Kokichi's plan was to use an electrobomb to knock out Monokuma's surveillance cameras. That was why he commissioned Mew to make the bombs in the first place.
Mew was up there in the kitchen cooking, hijacking remotes,
Detonating an
electro bombs, electro
Kokichi
hammers.
forced the culprit to
She
drink
probably
the
even made Monokuma.
In exchange for the antidote, Kokichi asked the culprit to cooperate with his plan. Kokichi needed to work with the culprit to execute his final lie. Under normal circumstances,
Who y'all think did it better,
the culprit would
Nagito
have
or
agreed to such a plan.
Kokichi?
But because the
I don't
culprit
know.
owed him for
Kokichi
saving their lives,
did it for the right reasons, but Nagito's was elaborate. He said ultimate despair.
request is a generous term. It was more like blackmail. In any case, the two were now working together as accomplices in an insane plan. There was a lot to prepare and not a lot of time. They had to work fast. If Kokichi died from the Strike 9 poison, the whole plan would be ruined.
Yeah, true.
After fabricating the scene in the bathroom, the culprit dragged Kokichi to the hydraulic press. This is how the swipe pattern bloodstain from the bathroom to the press was created. Kokichi, with the support of the culprit, stood in front of the press's control panel. two of them were finally ready to execute the insane lie. While Kokichi was setting up the video camera near the hydraulic press's control panel, the culprit laid face up inside the press, draping their coat over their shoulders. Then, Kokichi activated the press and the camera's record button at the same time. The hydraulic press came down slowly, all caught on tape for us to see. Normally, the safety function would have triggered, but the electrobomb had disabled it. The press got lower and lower, and just as the culprit disappeared from view, Kokichi pressed the force stop button and the camera's pause button simultaneously.
Well, if he croaked like the second before he pressed the force stop, and then they both died.
The two then switched places and also switched roles. The culprit and the victim. The would-be victim became our culprit and started up the press and camera. Kokichi had saved the culprit's life because his trick required their cooperation. He wanted to win the killing game, even if it meant dying himself.
Winning is subjective in this scenario.
So, Kokichi was crushed by the press, and the whole thing was caught on video. The culprit's left sleeve was dangling from the press, making us think he was the victim. Now alone, the culprit collected the video camera and tore the hydraulic press's power cord so that it could never be raised again. This would make it impossible for us to determine the identity of the crushed body. But there was another reason the victim was killed in this way. It obfuscated the cause of death, making the case that much more difficult to solve.
Even
This
though
was
you just
all
solved
part
it.
of Kokichi's plan to create a murder not even Monokuma could figure out. With the press disabled, the culprit returned to the bathroom to flush Kokichi's clothes. Finally, they climbed inside of an exisal to hide and waited with bated breath. And here they are now in this trial, pretending to be Kokichi.
The
They're
ultimate
trying to
lie.
deceive Monokuma in order to defeat the true mastermind.
Did Kaito become the ultimate imposter? And is Danganropa 2 after Danganropa 3? V3?
And that's it. That's Kokichi's unidentified culprit.
Did Kaito go on to be the ultimate imposter? Is Dangan 2 actually the last part in the story? Or ultimate despair?
The culprit
Girls.
is in that exisal. It's you, isn't it? Kaito Momota, the ultimate astronaut.
What does this all mean? Are we just gonna vote Monokuma? Because that would be wrong.
I'm right, aren't I?
But he wouldn't know
That's
that.
you in there, isn't it, Kaito?
Really? Is it really Kaito?
I must reluctantly agree with Shuichi's deduction.
Thank you, Robocoda.
Shuichi sure loves his crazy deductions.
He won't reveal himself until Monokuma is dead.
You're still not gonna admit it?
That would defeat the whole purpose.
Admit it, but it's wrong.
But logically speaking,
There's only
his
one way you
deduction
can prove it.
tracks.
If it's really Kaito in there, he would have admitted it by now.
No.
Was Shuichi's reasoning wrong somehow?
No, my detective work was flawless. It's the truth. I'm sure that Kaito's inside the exisal. So why is Kaito still fighting me? Is it about Monokuma or is this another
You
aspect
claim
to it?
everything is set, and that's it. You don't have any evidence, do you? You You all think the body was switched when the hydraulic press stopped for a moment. But that's just speculation in the end. No evidence to back it up. So if we reverse our reverse way of thinking, then it's likely I didn't do anything, right? It's totally possible that the body switching never happened and Kaito is dead.
Yeah, Monokuma can't prove that.
Not just possible. It's the actual truth.
Well, it's true. There's no proof that the bodies were switched.
No, we should trust Shuichi's deduction. I'm sure everything will be okay. This emotion I've learned, believe you call it faith. That's what I feel right now.
That's right. We have to believe in Shuichi.
Well, I don't care either way. But if you guys get it wrong, you'll have to deal with Monokuma.
Not if we vote for Monokuma.
What will the results of this voting time be? Monokuma makes a mistake. He won't be able to execute anyone, right? Then it will be my victory. And that will ruin the entire killing.
So if we vote and it's the wrong person, then so we have to vote for Kokichi. Because if we vote for Kokichi and it's actually Kaito in there, then he can't punish us. What would be the point of this? Start the vote.
Yeah, I'm getting to it. Sheesh! Let's proceed with voting time, shall we? Sorry I fell short of your expectations, but I'm pretty sure I won't make any mistakes. Because I got the ultimate detective's airtight logic on my side.
And that's why we gotta vote for Kokichi. Now I know the whole truth and why. I believe in my own logic and I believe in Kaito. From this point on, it's not about logic, it's about how far I'm willing to go. I believe in you, Kaito, not as a detective, but as Shuichi Shihara.
Can I just say something? I'd like to have one last conversation before we vote.
One last conversation?
There's more to talk about?
You see, before we vote, there's something I have to say. I just need you all to listen.
He's about to lie. There's a lie.
All right, let's pin this down. Who is inside that exisal?
Kaito, right?
That's what you said, isn't it?
Kokichi's the one who died. And the culprit is Kaito standing right there.
Isn't that correct?
Of course not! I would never die!
I trust Shuichi.
Alright, let's do it. I'm about to lie. Yes, I need
All
to
right,
lie.
let's
Already.
pin this down. Who is inside that exisal?
Kaito, right?
That's what you said, isn't it?
Kokichi's the one who
Whoa.
I'll reveal the truth.
Perjury! I was like, we haven't lied this class strong.
Kokichi, I'm sorry. I just can't lie for you anymore.
That's a lie.
What do you mean, lie?
Why did you say Kokichi? The one in the egg?
I'm so sorry, everyone. I've deceived you all.
Huh?
The truth is, after we found the crushed body, I saw Kokichi.
You saw Kokichi?
Lies. The lies.
Yes. He threatened me, told me that if I didn't do what he said, he'd kill us all. He wanted me to lie about what I saw, so that the trial would be more interesting. But I can't do it anymore. I can't keep lying like this. I have to tell the truth.
Cat.
Kokichi isn't dead. He's alive.
Hold on! Why did you wait until now to mention this?
I'm so sorry, Kibo, but it's true.
It's a lie. So many lies. But this is the only way. Kayato's trying to fool Monokuma and trying to ruin the class trial. If Kayato's willing to risk his life to do this, then I'll stand by him. I believe in Kaito. I believe in what he's trying to do. He's not doing this to hurt us. I'm sure he's trying to save us all. Monokuma wants us to rely on my detective work. Fine,
Everyone,
I'll just lie.
please, don't vote for Kaito. There's no doubt about it. Kokichi is in that exocell. He's the culprit.
Hey, Shuichi, I don't know what you're scheming. But as far as I'm concerned, you guys aren't extras at all. If you guys are wrong, you're gonna have to take your punishments like champs. Got it?
I'm not wrong. We can't vote for Kaito.
Stop it! That's enough.
Huh?
It's over.
Oh.
You guys get it wrong, and Monokuma gets it right. We'll all get punished. There's no way I can let that happen. It's fine. Let's end this.
What if Kokichi's not dead?
Kaito!
So, it really was you?
My bad for tricking you guys. I'll explain everything, but before that, it's voting time. Alright, don't get it wrong. I'm definitely the culprit. You got it? I'm the one who killed Kokichi.
Kaito, no!
It's just like you to figure it all out, Shuichi. You're really something else. All you gotta do is believe in your reasoning. That's what detectives do.
I'm confused as to what's going on.
Kuma, let's hurry up and get this vote started.
Well said. Let's get this started then. The heart-racing excitement as the blackened and the spotless face off. It's voting time!
Hey, I said it was either Maki or Kaito. So, I'm about to vote Kaito. Maybe I'm wrong in doing that. Maybe I should have voted Kokichi, but...
It seems the voting has finished. Now then, let's see the result.
Drum roll, please. Yep, everybody voted for Kaito.
Who'll be chosen as the blackened? Will you make the right choice or the dreadfully wrong one?
Hurry it up. Dick. Verdict. The verdict. Momota. I mean, I thought his plan was solid. As long as he stayed in the Exosol, there's no way for Monokuma to prove that we were right or wrong. All rise. I feel like this is the last class trial. 2 game overs, you know, it is what it is. Well, technically 3, right? Can I get an A still? Thank you. My hands are freezing. I don't know why it's so cold.
Well,
Well, if the culprit's gonna confess, then I guess even morons can't screw this up.
Absolutely right.
The blacken who killed Kokichi Oma, is Kaito Momota. You got it all right. But what if Kokichi's still alive? So you got it all right, huh? Even Suichi and Makiro voted for me. What a relief. Well, I knew you guys wouldn't get it wrong. Kokichi's still alive. But man, it was a hard to act like Kokichi the whole time. I mean, sure, he wrote most of his own lines.
Jeez.
Seriously, look at this huge script. He wrote the whole thing. He's even got a bunch of alternate lines for different events too. But even so, I still had to ad-lib. You guys can tell, huh?
Come on, man.
Hey guys, come on, don't look so sad. You guys got it right. It's all good. Why? Why did you kill Kokichi? You were against the whole killing game. Why did you kill him? I believe that you absolutely wouldn't do such a thing. Was she protecting Kaito or believing in him?
That's right.
Like me? Yeah, I should explain. Most of it's just like Shuichi said.
After Kokichi pretended to take the antidote, gave it to me. I mean,
Then he told me I had to cooperate with his plans.
hey!
Plan? What plan? I've been thinking about this whole time. A whole plan to throw off the mastermind off guard.
What?
Throw him off guard. What are you talking about? You're the mastermind.
Ah.
Oh, that was a lie. I only pretended to be the mastermind.
What?
Pretended? You all fell for it. But you know, I prepared a bunch of stuff. Like this remote. I had you make it. A mysterious message in the courtyard using Gota and making him a murderer. All that preparation was just to make you guys think I was the mastermind. What the hell? Why did you do all that? The reason why I pretended to be the mastermind was to end this boring killing game. To end it? I thought if I showed you the despairing truth, you guys wouldn't want to go outside anymore. I thought it would end the killing game. Instead, this happened. I'm gonna die by Maki's hands. Why do you think this happened? Why do you think Maki tried to kill me? Why do you think this killing game started again?
What?
Why?
Oh, man.
Because the true mastermind instigated it. I'm certain of it. They made a move without us noticing. Man, thanks to that, everything is ruined.
Hold on!
The true mastermind instigated it? So whoever that person is, they also instigated Maki's actions too.
Disappointed.
Yeah, they probably tried to eliminate me because I pretended to be the mastermind.
What?
My actions were instigated by the true mastermind? But that can't be. The reason I decided to kill Kokichi was because I remembered the truth from the flashback light.
Could it be?
Maybe making you remember the truth was what the mastermind wanted. What? Maybe the true mastermind had us use the flashback lights so we would target Kokichi as a remnant of the despair. So the flashback light itself was the true mastermind's trap all along. They expected us to target Kokichi once we remembered he was a remnant of despair. Kokichi certainly expected it. That's why he talked about the true mastermind. But even so, that is all rather convenient for the true mastermind. The person claiming to be the mastermind just happened to be a remnant of despair. We're all students of Hope Speak Academy, and the fates of our fates are tied to the remnants of despair. I would never imagine fate would bring us to Kokichi's murder. It just plays too nicely for the true mastermind. I didn't know about the flashlight backlight. Guess that's another mystery for you.
I mean,
Anyway, like I was saying,
you know,
then who is the true mastermind? Who knows? I don't either. But it doesn't matter. We can't lose. Unless you win. That's why I thought of a special plan. When I'm on the verge of losing, my plan will help me win. I don't really get it, but is this the plan to throw off the mastermind? Well, it's not that difficult, Kaito. I need you to kill me.
what?
Uh-huh.
I mean,
The plan was to make a case where the victim was unknown, and then trick Monokuma into thinking I was the victim, so he messed up. He ruled that either Makiro or Kokichi were the blackened. Then I'd shown myself and Monokuma's ruling would be invalid. And if Monokuma's ruling was invalid, the killing game would end.
But
That's what I'm most curious about. What makes you think it would end?
That's right.
Yeah, I asked Kokichi about that myself. Why would Monokuma care if he messed up on who the Blacken was? That is what he said.
well, you know.
Even if it's Monokuma or the true mastermind, they can't break the rules as they please. Being unfair like this isn't allowed.
Hold up.
What do you mean?
Yeah.
Death games aren't meant to be watched. If no one was watching, there would be no reason to be such a stickler about the rules. There would be no point in making the game in the first place.
But
But Monokuma's been a stickler about the rules and making the game interesting. That's why he agreed to my plan in the virtual world, which means Monokuma's aware that someone is watching us, in which I have no doubt that the death game is being shown to someone. It's whatchamacallit, Makoto, because somebody's been talking to Kibo.
What did you say?
So this is some kind of show?
But
But who'll be watching? We're the only people left alive, aren't we?
Yeah.
That's right, the flashback light is the reason we even remember that. But Kokichi might have been right. Why have a death game if no one's watching? I wasn't sure about it at first, but after this class trial, there's no doubt. Monokuma can't do whatever he wants. He's bound by the rules of the game. That's why he couldn't afford to get the culprit wrong. Which is why he relied on Shuichi. It's just like Kokichi said. If the rules games matter so much, someone's watching. A death game is made to be watched. If that's true, then who? Who's watching this? Maybe Rantaro. What's this all about, Monokuma? Is this killing game really a show for someone? Who can say? Why won't you tell us? We were friends during the trial. Honestly, I was just happy you guys cooperated with me.
Well,
Humans love to help. They jump at any opportunity to extend a helping
Well then.
hand. Then there's another question. Who are you really? If Kokichi, a remnant of despair, is not the mastermind, then who's the true mastermind? Is another remnant of despair like him? I'm not going to spill the beans on a perfect to-be-continued cliffhanger like that. Why are you too cute? Really? I understand Kokichi's plan, but why did you agree to work with him, Kaito? Why did you agree to kill Kokichi? Because he saved your life? You should have just ignored him. He'd be better off dead anyway. It was kind of hard to ignore such an annoying guy. What? Jeez, I wonder how far ahead he planned this evil scheme of his.
What?
Yeah, but killing you...
Don't screw around.
What are you talking about? You want me to kill you? I figured you react to it like this. Are you sure you're okay with that? Because if this poison kills me, then Maki will become the Blackened, and our crime will be exposed so easily. If that happened, then Maki and I would have died for no reason, right? Which is what the true mastermind expects. Damn it, that's playing dirty. So that's why you gave me the antidote. I am the ultimate supreme leader. There are no depths. I wouldn't sink too, even if I have to sacrifice myself. Anyway, this is our chance. Our chance to end the killing game. That's why you have to kill me, so we can win and ruin this killing game. We'll bring the true mastermind and everyone who's watching. We'll bring them down to utter despair. Then everyone who died can rest in peace. Ah ha 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 ha. Oh crap. Ah crap. I'm gonna die soon. Can we get this started already? You're sure it's the crazy dude. But you know,
At least
I wasn't boring, right?
That punk.
And he blackmailed you by using me. No, I agreed to his plan once I heard the words ruin this killing game. He was crazy, but let him come up with some crazy plans. And then we needed a crazy plan in order to stand a chance against Monokuma. I bet on that chance. I didn't have any other choice. Because I'm out of time.
What?
Time?
Could it be?
Kind to, you mean your
What
health?
are you talking about?
But you said you were fine. You told me not to worry about it any... My bad. That was a lie. A lie? Yes, it's pretty bad. Honestly, I'm just at my limit just talking. No, it can't be. But I gotta wonder how this happened. I don't remember at all. In my memories, I was fine during my medical exam for my training. If he's fine during the medical exam, that means
Could it be?
that might be the virus. Virus?
If I remember correctly,
One of the plagues that caused our planet to crumble. Virus carried by meteorites that spread across the globe. Host Peak Academy, along with the rest of the planet, were in danger of extinction. even though we've come so far and triumphed over so much despair. We were almost wiped out in an instant.
Could it be...
This must have something to do with the virus. Kaito didn't use the flashlight, so he might not remember it. But weren't we supposed to be immune? We were selected because we didn't.
Well,
Perhaps the virus was dormant when you were selected for the Gopher project.
to tell you the truth,
You could have been infected the whole time, showing no symptoms until very recently. What? Kaito was infected with the virus, but how could that be?
Jeez.
I don't know what you're talking about, but I guess I'm pretty screwed, huh? Well, I knew that was coming. That's why I agreed to Kokichi's plan.
But you know...
And you know, then I find out about the plan. I thought it was pretty awesome.
Hey, so...
Kokichi left me with a whole outline of it. I freaked out when I read it. It was a pretty good plan. I thought we might be able to trick Monokuma, but I knew Shuichi see right through the end.
Huh?
What?
Well done!
Ha, and that's exactly how it went. Nice job, Shuichi. You're really something.
Well then,
Kaito just
Right.
you. Yeah, I knew you guys were gonna figure out everything.
Got it.
That's why I was about to get on board with Kokichi and lie to you like I did. Even I messed up some stuff during the trial. I knew Shuichi see the truth.
That's my sidekick.
That's what I expect from my
Why?
sidekick. Why? If you knew I'd see it through, why?
Ben,
If you knew it was pointless from the start, then why would then you shouldn't have gone that far. Oh, it's pointless. It ended up being a huge
What's
success.
that mean?
I mean...
Because this plan is Kokichi pretending to be the mastermind.
Got it.
We got close to the true mastermind's lair. Behind this truth, there's got to be a hint that leads to the real truth. The real truth?
Yeah.
Yeah, no doubt. That's why Kokichi gave his life. You talk as if he was your partner when you hated him so strongly before. Well, I hated it because, honestly, I'm still pissed off at him. He made us go through so much crap to the end. No, even beyond that. He was a lying sack of shit.
Hey,
It's getting harder to breathe, so please, can you...
Hey, so...
Can I ask one thing? You want to ruin this killing game, but you keep saying how fun the game was. That's a lie, obviously. How could a game that you're forced to play be fun? I had to think this game was fun to survive. I had to lie to myself.
Huh?
You little... The bastards who created this game to toy with our lives, and the shits enjoying it. They all piss me off.
shit!
That's why I'm willing to do whatever it takes to end this killing game.
Huh?
Kokichi said that?
Ah,
That could have been a lie too. He probably just said it so I cooperate with him. Was it really a lie? I think his dying words may have been the honest
It's
truth.
a lie!
No, it's definitely a lie. He's not the type to shed real tears. I wonder which one is it? A lie or the truth? Even now at the very end, I really don't understand Kokichi. Maybe that's what lying is all about. The truth is in the eye of the beholder, huh? Kokichi was the very embodiment of a lie. The ultimate lie. That pretty much wraps up my explanation. Now, finally, I need to apologize to Shuichi. What, me?
I mean...
To be honest, I was jealous of you.
That's right.
Jealous. Because you were always saving us, you know? Your detective skills kept us alive. You were way too cool, and I got frustrated. So that's why I was so harsh on you. My bad.
That's wrong.
Hey, no, Kaito. That's not true. I was only so confident because you were there for me, Kaito. When you made me your psychic, you said that you take the responsibility. That's why I could do all of this. If you didn't talk to me back then, even now I'd be... Kaito! Kaito, are you okay? How can I be okay? I'm about to die. Yes, you are, bucko, because it's punishment time. This man is wild. Punishment? I won't let you.
I won't let you kill him.
I won't let you kill Kaito. Oh, you're planning to get in my way? You know what'll happen if you do that, don't you?
So
I don't care what happens. I plan to kill you anyway from the start.
Indeed.
Yes, I've been determined to fight back for a while now. No. Stop.
Kaito!
No, Kaito, I can't. I can't let you die, Kaito. I don't care if you're sick. I don't care if you're dying. I won't let Monokuma touch you.
What was that?
What's so funny?
Hey, hey!
I was just thinking about life and how irreplaceable it is. Know what I mean?
Huh?
What? When a life ends, those closest to it mourn. But you could somehow recycle that life. Then those closest to it wouldn't feel need to mourn anymore.
That's nice.
If we could recycle life, the world would be filled with hope. That's my point. What are you talking?
Hey!
Alright, kids. Time for your grand re-entrance. Oh, the Mono Cubs. The Mono Cubs are back. Oh my god. Ultimate despair. Ultimate despair. I'm Monotaro. No matter how you read it or spell it or say it, it's still Monotaro. What the? That's totally a lie.
By the way,
What the hell's going on? I could have swore there was more to you chumps before. Hell yeah! Fuck it! Fuck if I know. Let's destroy Monodime now. This sad sack is bumming me the fuck out.
What did you say?
What the? Weren't you all the Monocubs completely destroyed? The old Monocubs were destroyed. These Monocubs are the latest model. They still got the factory settings in, so in a way, it's like they're brand new characters. But who cares? Now that my cubs are back, I'm not lonely and miserable anymore. You brought them back on a whim like that?
You
You guys are just replaceable. Maybe not as replaceable as the Mono Cubs, but finding other people to participate in this killing game is easier than you think. Finding other people? I got no idea what's going on or what any of this means, but that's right. Hell yeah, we're so fucking lovable and shit. Except Monodam, of course. You're about to die again.
Hey!
Oh, do you know what else this means?
Shing!
Now that the Mono comes back, I've got my exosoles incurred entourage protecting me again. Still want to defy me now. This is bad. You just got the exosoles again. So what?
I won't let you kill
Doesn't
him.
matter. I won't let you kill Kaito. I'll fight until the end. Stop. Even if you fight the exosoles, you'll just get killed, damn it. The remote control and the last electro palm were crushed in the press. Oh, I won't give up. My hero. Enough, Hulk. I've never felt this way before. I've always fought to kill, but this is the first time I've fought to protect someone. And I've never been given a name like Maki Roll before either.
What?
You. And I've never met someone as stubborn as you before. And I've never fallen for someone before.
What?
Maki Roll. Maki.
No.
I don't want this to end. I just don't.
I won't let you kill him.
That's why I won't let you kill Kaito. I absolutely won't let you.
My bad.
Maki Roll. I'm sorry, but that's not an option. I don't have as much time left as you think. I'm fighting just to stay standing. But I...
Hey, so
Hey, Maki Roll. I asked you before. What's your enemy? Before, you hated yourself so much. You didn't even like yourself a little. And that wasn't the reason you tried to distance yourself from others.
that's right.
You decided that you didn't deserve to have friends, didn't you? That was your enemy.
Don't worry about it.
But not anymore, huh? You're alright now. You fell for a guy like me. Now you can learn to like yourself.
Come
Hey, don't cry. Can't you just send me off with one last
I
smile?
believe in you.
You guys too. I'm not gonna allow any tears. Send me off with a bang.
Okay.
Alright, Kaito. I won't cry.
I'll endure it.
Me too. I'm gonna hold it in. Yeah, I'll endure it. I can't cry. Even if I wanted to. Sure looks like it. Hey, sorry about the wait, Monokuma. You could go ahead and start now.
Okay.
Can do.
Dong dong dong.
Oh boy, my first punishment time. I've never seen one before. But let me just say this to the true mastermind controlling Monokuma.
Get ready.
You better get ready. My friends aren't going to lose to you. That's all.
Please.
I'll leave the rest to you guys. End this ridiculous killing
Do
game.
not worry.
We'll end it. So please, don't worry.
Shuichi.
And Shuichi, never forget, you're not alone. You have friends. Don't try to do everything by yourself, okay?
Okay.
Yeah, Kaito. Okay.
The impossible is
Don't
possible.
forget, the impossible is possible. All you gotta do is make it so.
Okay.
Yeah. Thanks, Kaito. Golly.
Makiro.
Makiro, how long are you gonna cry? You should just smile.
Sorry.
I can't. That's impossible. I can't. Of course. My bad for making you cry like that.
All right.
Alright then. Let's end this with a bang.
Kaito Momota.
A special
Luminary of
punishment suited to the Luminary of Stars. You don't gotta tell me. I'm excited to get this started. Oh yeah? Well, screw you. I'm not gonna die the way you want.
It's punishment time.
Poor Kaito. Kaito has been found guilty. Time for the punishment. Oh. Going to space. Start. Oh, this is like from Danganropa. Yeah, this is exactly like from Danganropa. Blast off, second ignition. This is exactly like Danganropa, the opening to Danganropa. No, it's not. Oh my god. Except that part. That's not like Danganropa. Same shit, but not the same method of killing. Was that Ryoma back there? Skull and Bones? Oh, to the Earth's core. He would have probably already died from here by now. I'm looking at Red Taro. Sus as hell now. Golly. And let me guess, it's gonna turn upside down and fall back through that entire hole and crash down. And fall. Yep, the sea is slowly turning. Oh, there's no gravity. Oh, boy, coughing. Golly. Error confirmed. He already died. He died in space the way he wanted to. He got to see space. Execution failed. And then it's plummeting back down. Kibo. Oh, they took off his thing. His antenna. Golly, bro. Monokuma can't be happy about this. That man look angry. not the closing circle. Kaito.
Right?
Oh, Kibo's malfunctioning. Kibo, are you okay? You got hit with that debris when you protected. I'm fine. More importantly, not the cartoon.
Hey,
What's the matter, Monokuma? Upset that Kaito won? What do you mean Kaito won?
Because
He died before the end of your punishment. Kaito didn't die from your execution. That's right, Kaito wasn't killed by you. It's Kaito's victory. We lost. I don't know if he meant to do that, but he certainly went out like a stubborn jackass. Well, whatever. It's not like this is the end of the killing game, so it's fine. It's not over.
Hell yeah!
Hell yeah, no shit.
hey.
And it written in the school regulations. The killing game will go on until there's 1 blackened or 2 spotless. School regulations. So you're gonna follow the regulations, huh? The only reason you want rules is because you're showing this to someone. I just want an entertaining killing game, but you're certainly entitled to your opinion.
That's wrong.
That's enough. Enough of your bullshit, Monokuma. I made a promise to Kaito. I will end this killing game. And to give Kaito's death meaning, I swear, I will keep my promise. We're not gonna let anyone else die. Y'all said that before. Who's even gonna play that game anymore? It's already over. You could cut the tension with a knife. What's everyone talking about anyway?
Well, actually,
Feels like we stumbled into the last act. I don't know what's happening at all. Pops, fill us in. We want to help you. Oh, Monosuke is acting nice. He's sucking up for brownie points.
They're so
I just can't help myself around you cute little cubs. Gather around, kids. I'll spend a whole month telling you what you missed. A whole month? Won't that take longer than a whole chapter?
my widow.
I'll tell you all about it while I smother you with hugs and kisses. You kids go on ahead of me and wait for me while I home. Huh? Why did I stay behind? Because I want to all give you a reward for working so hard. We don't want it. Just go away.
You're really bugging.
By the way, I don't know why you got the idea that the killing game can be stopped. There's nothing a participant can do to end the killing game. No way. Nuh-uh. The game is going to keep going and going for a long time. During his ranting, Monokuma took out a flashback light.
What?
What did you just do? Was that a flashback light just now? Is it broken? I don't feel like I remembered anything. The flashback light has a specialist effect. You'll remember soon enough. You'll remember that despair is the only choice you have. And that hope doesn't exist here at all. The killing game will never end. And then Monokuma left. He declared that the killing game would continue. He declared that there is no hope. After that, I honestly don't remember how we got back. I took it all I had just to accept the reality that Kaito's gone. Not just Kaito, Kokichi too. Someone we all trusted and someone none of us trusted. We lost them both. But it wasn't all for nothing because we're drawing ever so closely to discovering the true mastermind. Oh, the killing game will never end. Never ever. As long as I'm around, it'll never end. It'll repeat over and over and over. Didn't you get torn apart by the remnants of despair and they started having sex with your dead body, why would I let something this fun ever end? I want to have even more fun. Or is that Nagito and drag? As long as it's fun, we have to keep doing it. That's just simply supply and demand.
Such despair.
That's a misdirect. It's actually Nagito. Because he already got her hand transplanted on his. Later that night, I found myself standing in that one spot in the courtyard, the place where Kaito and I would train together. My heart felt crushed, all the loss and guilt and helplessness sinking in my chest, but still I stood there.
Well,
What are you doing? Maki,
hey.
so you came too.
Okay.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Maki, I'm sorry.
What?
For what?
Uh,
I was the one who drove Kaito into a corner. Just like I ended up betraying everyone important to me. It's all my fault.
Well,
Are you feeling lonely?
Huh?
hey.
Are you lonely now that Kaito's gone?
Okay.
Yeah, lonely. I feel so lonely and sad that I don't even know what to do. The only reason I'm still alive right now is because of Kaito. If he hadn't been my friend, I would be...
That's right.
Me too. I can't remember the last time I cried that hard. I wonder how long it's been.
Okay.
But I won't cry anymore. I'm sad, but I'm also grateful to Kaito. Grateful? Yeah, I want to tell him then rather than being sad or lonely. I'm grateful to him. That's why I won't cry anymore. I'm not going to wallow in pity. I want to show him how much I appreciate all the things he did.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess it's time for me too. For me. I want to show him my appreciation too. I'm sure that our friends who passed on don't want us to see us miserable. Thanks. Yeah. So you guys were here after all.
Yeah.
Just like I thought.
Jeez.
I knew you guys would be here because I cast a spell to find you. Sumigi, Hibiko, if you don't mind, can we join your training? Huh? I'll train you all from the ground up so we can end this killing game together. We're going to end this together. Himiko and I promise Kaito. We're going to do what we promised and work together to end this killing game. We can't afford to lose to despair.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Onokuma said there's no hope anywhere. But he's wrong. There is hope. My friends are my hope. Golly, Sumigi. Kaito said it best. I'm not alone. Golly, you are the one true waifu. That's right, I have friends. Not just my friends here, but also friends who have died. They all gave us hope too. That's why I'm going to live. I want to live for everyone who died. Golly, despair cannot defeat me. I will hold on, survive no matter what. Thank you, Kaito. Thank you for this steel. Golly, bro.
Let your sweat wash away all your sadness, fear, worry, and hardships. Just start moving your body and your pain will become memories before you know it.
Then you should train too.
Well, I don't have anything to worry about. Because, I mean, I'm Kaito Momota.
Luminary of the stars.
Hey! No fair, Kaito!
Oh, by the way, what happened to Kibo? Do you know where he went?
Huh?
Kibo? I don't know. What is that guy off doing? I don't think a robot really needs to do any training. But the rest of us are here. I kind of wish he'd come too.
It's quiet. Too quiet. Yet, the silence is quite refreshing.
Makoto?
I used to hear my inner voice with perfect clarity. It would fill me with the power of hope, guide me along the right path. I can't hear it anymore. All I hear now is silence. That silence means my will is now my own. Even if despair is all we have to choose, even if hope no longer exists, I will never give in to despair. I will end this. No matter what, I will force this to end. This school, this ultimate academy for gifted juveniles, steeped in despair.
Oh. Oh. Super Kibo? What is this Gundam Wing mecha anime? What?
And I will destroy it.
Whoa. Destroying school property is against the school's regulations. And then there were 5. To be continued. Well. Galactic jacket. Yes. And that ends chapter 5. Alright, guys. That's chapter 5 for you right there. So we ended another class trial. At the beginning I said it was either Mikey or Kaito. And I was right. So next episode, no punishment. We're on a roll. I think that's what, 2 in a row, and then we also avoided punishment for the trial of Shinguji. Yeah, we're coming down to it. I think that was our last real class trial. The next class trial, if we have one, is going to be similar to like the ending ones of Danganropa 1 and 2, where it's literally just fighting off against the mastermind. Now we saw a silhouette of Junko, but from basically all the Danganropa games before this, we know that Junko Inishima's dead. Now the Ultimate Despair, if I'm remembering correctly, can be reincarnated. So there's a couple, like we had the remnants of despair that were created in the death of Junko in Dangan 2. She died in Dangan 1. Dangan 2, we know that the remnants of despair came about to carry forth her plan. And then they transferred her consciousness into an AI. So we were able to fight against Junko in the virtual world in Danganropa 2. But then we defeated her as well. Going to Ultimate Despair Girls, we learn about Nagito and his past, which seems like a prequel to Dangan 2. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it's a prequel or post Dangan 2. But we know that Nagito had the hand of Junko what is it called? He replaced his own hand with Junko's hand, basically. And we see at the end of Ultimate Despair Girls him gathering both parts of the 2 Monokumas. I forget what their names are. Signaling that Monokuma would be back and that there will be a new Ultimate Despair, which I think could be Nagito. But also, the girl Monica, I forget if she died or not. I might have to go rewatch the end of Danganropa Ultimate Despair Girls to see if she died, because she very well could grow up and be the reincarnation of Junko. I don't know. So that's what I think. My main focus is that it's probably Nagito, um, dressed up as Junko, because he does have a part of her, and he had like a super hate for her, but at the same time, at the end of Ultimate Despair Girls, it seems like he's embracing the despair. So yeah, R.I.P. Kaito. Kokichi, we still don't know his true intentions just because he's an ultimate liar, but he really proved himself in this last chapter. Like, I always kind of like Kokichi's character, but I see why a lot of people who played this game like Kokichi. Anyway, guys, if you enjoy, like, comment, subscribe. Be sure to share with your friends. And yeah, we'll be picking up chapter 6 or the epilogue. I'm not sure. It was another chapter of the epilogue, but we'll be picking this up soon. Peace.